Every year at the end of May, the family decides on a vacation destination. A few years ago, we planned our trip to the Grand Canyon. It was going to be 3 days of camping, hiking, and outdoor adventures with my daughter, Peyton, who was 6. She's a girly girl, and most of what she'd packed in her suitcase were princess dresses and Barbies. She was horrified when I showed her the big, cumbersome hiking boots that she'd be wearing most likely the whole trip, as opposed to her plastic Beauty and the Beast slippers that she'd wear religiously around the house. We also couldn't leave without her packing her pink Barbie Jeep. Thankfully, we've got a big enough SUV, but loading and unloading was a nightmare in itself, but I won't bother you with the details of that. Let's just say by the time we got to our campground, the 6-hour trip had worn on all of our patience. As me and Casey set up the tents, Peyton was exploring off the beaten path in her Jeep. Our campground was mostly flat and rocky, with trees scattered about every couple of feet. The terrain felt like a desert, and the few trees scattered about didn't bring any needed shade. Later in the afternoon, we're getting the fire started, and Peyton runs up to us with a huge smile on her face. In a burst of giddy excitement, she tells us that she's seen a beautiful blue fairy dancing by the trees. Her nose scrunches up, and she says she's going to try to catch it. Casey and I share a laugh at our dusty princess and her fun imagination. Peyton's grown up in the city. Our confined location means that we have to get creative with our resources to have a good time. Out camping, she was free to run wild. I got out her butterfly net from our gear bag, and I told her not to go too far. With determination in her heart, she grabs the net, hops back into her Jeep, and speeds off, kicking up rocks and dirt with her plastic tires. Honestly, it was a real cinematic moment. With the terrain being so level, she could get a couple 100 yards away with her still being within eyesight. Around that range, she stops her Jeep and begins searching for the elusive fairy she'd just seen. Net in hand, we watch her begin to stalk around the trees. We think she's going to be occupied with that hunt for a while. So Casey and I throw a few more logs on the fire and prepare some dinner. We bought a little grated cooking top that we could put directly over the fire and started cooking up some burger patties. We're sitting in our lawn chairs. I'm having a beer and the food is about to be done on the fire. And Casey's keeping us cool by spritzing the air with an iced water spray bottle. In the distance, she sees the Barbie Jeep making its way towards us. She tells me Peyton's coming back. Then Casey says, it looks like she caught something too. I look and I see Peyton. She has the pedal to the metal, with the butterfly net held above her head in a victorious pose. I'm running the grill, so Casey's the one who meets Peyton first when she arrives. I listen in on her story. She says, I saved the fairy from a giant spider. The fairy was flying away from me and tried hiding in a hole, but the big spider was in there. They both popped out of the hole. It looked like the spider was winning, so I kicked it to save the fairy. Then I got her with the net. Oh, my fearless little girl. The story is enough to make me leave the burgers and walk over to her and Casey and see the fairy that she saved. Even before digging into the net, I could see something hopping around. The sound of its fluttering wings reminded me of a moth, but louder. Peyton says, Look, Daddy, and opens the white mesh netting. It was unwise of me to then enthusiastically lean my head over the open net, because in retrospect, I knew a fairy wasn't going to be in that net. I don't know why I did it. As my grinning face eclipsed the hole of the butterfly net, it blocked the escape of the flying creature. Like seeing a rock hit your windshield, it moved too fast for my eyes to process, and it hit me in the face before I could move out of its way. When I throw my head back, my hands instinctively swipe at what's on my face, but before I can make contact with it, Peyton's fairy stings me on the left side of the cheek, with a stinger large enough for me to feel its penetration. Then, within a blink, the worst searing pain I've ever felt in my entire life filled my face. It's to this day the most excruciating pain I've ever felt on any part of my body. I've been hit in the face with fists, baseballs, and even a bowling ball growing up. None of these, not even the bowling ball that literally caved my nasal cavity, nothing compared to the pain I felt that day. It was mind-numbing. All I could do was fall backwards and scream. It felt like someone heated a railroad spike until it was red hot, then started hammering it into my cheek. I can feel the venom working its way through my bloodstream. It radiates down my spine, and I can feel each of my muscles begin to constrict. My ears were ringing. I'd screamed the air out of my lungs, and in between me taking another breath, I could hear Peyton and Casey also screaming their lungs out and running around me. I can't move my neck. It's as if I'm paralyzed down to my shoulders. All I can do is kick my legs. It swells the whole left side of my face, and the stabbing pain continues to hit me full force. Minutes feel like hours, but as the torment slowly begins to recede, the ringing in my ears subsides, and I can hear Casey on the phone with emergency services. They're getting ready to send a helicopter out to airlift me to the hospital. But I waved at her not to do that. My left eye was swollen shut, and the pain was still throbbing, but I knew I wasn't dying. Casey would have to drive us all the way out of the canyon, but we didn't need an airlift. For a moment, though, I sure thought that I was dying. The sting area was red and left an ache for the remainder of the day. After this thing dropped me, Casey said that she soaked it with a spray bottle and wet its wings, then stomped it. When I got to see what actually got me, I was astonished. I'd never seen an insect this big in real life. I mean, I could understand how a 6-year-old could mistake this for a fairy. I know Peyton hadn't seen anything like this either. To give an idea of its size, do this. Open your hand and spread all 5 fingers as wide as possible. From the gap between your pointer and thumb to your pinky is how large it was. The curve of your hand is also how it was shaped. The blue fairy Peyton introduced us to was actually an insect, specifically a type of wasp called the tarantula hawk. I don't know who's more traumatized by this, honestly. Peyton hadn't really stopped talking about the time Daddy almost died at the Grand Canyon. But I'm still plagued with nightmares that I find their nest. They chase me until I wake up. I can still hear their heavy wings after I'm awake. My left cheek still has a red small dot that resembles a freckle where the venom destroyed cell tissue, scarring me. I thought I was going to die that day. I accidentally terrified Peyton away from her fantasy interest. I think a little bit of her still thinks that a fairy tried to murder me. My friends and I were trying to make ghost hunting shows long before the paranormal reality TV hype. It was me, my friend Mike, Garrett, and his wife Lacey. Lacey was the manager of a Radio Shack, and she was able to get us all the equipment that we needed for cheap. Her and Garrett would do all of the filming. Mike had the idea and was the face of the show, and I had the van. We did most of our shooting down near Rayleigh. For one of the episodes, we filmed at a supposedly haunted house. Its history had a whole family murder-suicide thing attached to it. It felt like the real deal. The other episodes we filmed previously were at our local graveyards, real lowball content. When everyone loaded into the van that night, Garrett and Lacey were bickering. I'd never seen them fight before this, and Mike and I sat uncomfortably the whole trip as they fought in the back. When we arrived at the house, their arguing died down as we were all a little awestruck at the sight of this dilapidated 2-story wooden structure, once resembling a home. The excitement grew amongst us again, and we were all reinvigorated to spend the night looking for ghosts. It was heightened even more when we walked in, and Garrett got a spike on his EMF detector. The house smelled like mold and dust, and all the furniture in the house looked like it had been thrown around, almost like the couches, tables, and chairs were balanced upside down or laid on their side up against the wall, intentionally. Oddly, there was no graffiti on the walls, and none of the mirrors or glass picture frames had been broken. Some tables still had stuff on them. The house wasn't messy, but every room had the same thing going on with the furniture. mattresses resting against the wall, upside-down vanities with crystal-clear mirrors still attached and intact. There were technically 4 floors in this house that we'd been exploring. The first floor was the more open area. It held the family room, kitchen, a bathroom, 2 bedrooms. There was a balcony on the second floor that could look down to the first from the stairs connecting them. That floor was more of a long hallway with more bedrooms and another bathroom. The attic, where the supposed suicide of the mother had taken place, after she'd killed her family. A tall, dark, empty, triangular room with wooden support beams that stretched from end to end. I would also find a hollow spot located in the kitchen floor by accident. We all have smaller, cheaper camcorders of our own for when we'd split up and search through the house by ourselves. Fumbling around with my camera in the dark, I drop my lens cover and it bounces to the ground next to me. The room is quiet enough for me to hear it bounce and pinpoint the approximate location that it would be. When the plastic cap hits the ground, it made a sharp metallic tink noise, instead of a dulled tap the cheap linoleum should have sounded like. I stepped a few feet over, and the pressure of the ground beneath my feet feels different, slightly more springy. I call Lacey over and she shines a light so that I can find my cap. While I'm on my hands and knees, I also felt around for the suspicious piece of metal flooring. I used my fist and pounded around on the ground in front of me until I found the spot again. Lacey saw the handle that would pull up a large section of flooring, revealing stairs into what looked like a homemade bomb shelter. Cans of fruit and vegetables, boxes of other preserves and non-perishables filled the shelves on the walls. An L-shaped couch next to a small, foldable table, both sat upright against the back wall. Discovering that room brought on an indescribably ominous feeling, like we'd released something back into the house when we opened the hatch. When we show Mike and Garrett what we've found, Mike gets extra excited and calls dibs on doing his solo escapade in the basement first. Garrett then calls the first floor. Lacey takes the second floor, and I was the lucky one chosen to spend time in the attic. We got to work on setting up a few extra static cameras around the house before rejoining in a circle on the ground in the living room. To start the night, Mike has his electronic spirit box in his lap, starts asking questions like, "Is anyone with us? Will you give us a sign if you're here?" We hear a few creaks and bumps, but nothing that couldn't be explained away by a house settling in. We decided to save tape and all go to our designated areas. Garrett synced our watches, so right when the timer beeped, we'd all simultaneously hit our record buttons, capturing each room in real time with each other. Climbing up the stairs, my leg breaks through a rotted floorboard, and my jeans get a large rip from the calf up to the knee. I'm lucky as my skin barely grazes the nail that snags my jeans. Lacey, walking up behind me, has to skip that stair while stepping around me before she can help pull me forward. The other stairs are equally as rickety, but none of the other wooden planks would give out on me for the rest of the climb. In the attic, the musty smell hits my nose the moment I pop my head in. There's a window on one side of the vertical walls. Under it is a chair facing out. It's the only item in the attic. My leg begins to throb when the adrenaline wears off, and I can feel the bruising and swelling pain. It's growing in my ankle from the fall. The convenience of a sturdy chair to rest it on is too enticing to pass by, and I hobble over to plop my aching body down. As I do, my watch softly beeps once and then begins a 5-second timer. I steady my camcorder and press record on the last beep. The display screen on the side of the camera illuminates, and the footage that I'm getting is way too dark and grainy. I realize what small amount of light I could see being let in from the window wasn't able to be captured on my recording device. I tried messing with the settings, adjusting the contrast and brightness, but nothing could fix this image. That's when I stood up, moved the chair closer to the center of the attic, and turned my camera toward the window itself. The display screen shows a perfect shot. It was so dark in the actual attic that the small amount of light from the night sky looked vibrant and bright coming in. I can hear Lacey below me, pacing up and down the second-floor hallway. Her footsteps get quiet as she walks further away from my position. Then, footsteps run back down the hallway towards me. I think that she's coming to the stairs of the attic door, but she never came in. Instead, I heard the footsteps run back down the stairs, away from me again. I sit there listening for the sound of Lacey's footsteps to start up again, questioning if I'd just had a paranormal experience or if Lacey was really running around and why. A loud crash cuts through the silence, sounding like some sort of glass was involved. I nearly jumped to the rafters. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I wondered who accidentally broke something. Positive the noise was loud enough for everyone to pick it up, I went to leave the attic to figure out where it came from. But when I try to open the door, it's locked from the outside. I begin to feel an asthma attack taking hold. Until that moment, I hadn't had an asthmatic flare-up since I was a child. I didn't carry an inhaler with me. As I struggled to get air, I thought 2 decades of not needing to fill that prescription, and my lungs chose this moment to prove they still need steroids to function properly. The sips of oxygen become less and less with each gasp I suck in. Then Lacey started to scream, "Fire! Fire!" I hear her sprinting to where I am, but I'm too weak to call for help. All I can do is collapse backwards, away from the swing of the door. If she did manage to unlock it, I didn't want to be barricaded in there with my corpse. She bounds up the stairs, and I can hear her fighting with the handle until the doors open. I slumped on the support beam desperately, trying to regain control of my breathing while staying conscious. It's like blurry chunks of time after Lacey came in screaming that the house was on fire. When she saw me, her jaw dropped. I remember her helping me down the attic stairs. Smoke was filling the ceiling of the second floor. The fire was coming from the side bedroom. I don't remember the second flight of stairs, or how she helped me avoid the missing step. But I got to the first floor. On our way to the front door, I get a brief sight of Garrett, lying underneath a large, heavy, brass-framed mirror. I don't remember getting through the front door. In the damp grass outside, I woke up to see Lacey standing over me. She was doing CPR on me. My ribs felt broken, but I was breathing on my own. Mike runs out of the house and meets Lacey and I on the lawn. He asks where Garrett is. I don't know if what I saw was a delusion or not, but Lacey confirmed it when she told Mike that he was still in there. She says she saw the mirror leap from its hanging studs on the wall and fall off the balcony onto Garrett. Then smoke started pouring from the bedroom behind her. Mike didn't see Garrett when he heard Lacey's alarm, and he exited the basement. So he runs back in. Lacey tries to stop him, but Mike shakes her off and runs back inside. Mike is quite a bit smaller than Garrett, and he had to dig for every inch, pulling his body out of the house, filling with smoke. My vision gets cloudy. When my focus straightens out again, Garrett has magically appeared next to me in the grass. Garrett's on his back, lying next to me. He's out cold. There's still pieces of glass stuck in his hair, embedded in the fabric of his clothing. Mike frantically scrambles to look for a garden hose around the circumference of the house. He finds one, only to quickly realize the water and plumbing has been shut off years ago. No matter how many times Mike spun the faucet handle, I watch him finally give up and jog back to the 3 of us still in the grass. Garrett needed to go to the hospital. There was nothing we could do to save the house. I could get air back into my lungs again and told Mike to get Garrett into the van. I get into the driver's seat, and Lacey helps slide Garrett's body into the back of the van. She gets in the back with him, and Mike hops in the passenger seat up front with me. It's close to an hour before we get to the hospital. Mike, Lacey, and we sit in the waiting room of the ER. The doctor eventually comes out to talk to Lacey, and I get to hear her recount what happened, filling in the blank pieces of my timeline. She wrestles with words, trying to describe her accounts. A mirror with a heavy brass frame, weighed easily over 50 pounds, floated off the wall and just so happened to land on top of your husband, the doctor asked. Lacey then described the fire that started, and the doctor stops her again and leaves to get the police officer to hear the story and get the fire department out to the house. Lacey repeats the story over again to the cop, and he just stares at her, and then us, then back at her, wide-eyed. He gets on the radio and asks a couple of units to go check on the address we gave him. Then he asks Lacey to tell him again how the mirror floated off the wall. Mike steps in and tries to explain our ghost hunting show, but that doesn't change the cop's expression. The doctor says something clever like, well, your friend Garrett almost became a ghost tonight. Garrett would spend 9 days in the hospital. I would swing by after work every day to check on him, talk to the doctors. By day 3, he's awake again. His jaw had to be wired shut. His face was swollen, and a neck brace held his head up. The back of his head had chunks shaved out of it, replaced with rows of staples and stitches. The x-rays on the board above his bed showed that he'd fractured his skull in 3 places. When the mirror hit Garrett, it essentially power-bombed his face directly into the floor, the brass frame landing on the back of his head, crushing it against the ground. When he looked up at me, I could see that his eye sockets were purple and swollen. Besides gestures, for Garrett to communicate, the nurse had to give him a notepad and a pencil. Later in the visit, I asked if he saw the mirror levitate before it hit him. Garrett slowly grabs the notepad and writes on the top piece of paper, then rips it off and shows it to me. The note says, "Can you keep a secret?" I stared at the note, wondering what in the hell kind of secret he would be sharing. I tell him yes, and he quickly rips up the piece of paper. Then he throws the scraps away in the waste bin next to his bed. Garrett picks up the pencil and starts to write again. This time he's writing a while, filling up the page and flipping it over before continuing what he was writing down on the next. Finally, Garrett hands me 6 pages with his tiny handwriting covering each available line the paper provided. I sat back in the chair next to his bed and carefully read his notes. Garrett says he did see the brass mirror, but it didn't float off the wall by a malicious spirit. It was thrown at him by Lacey. On the next page, Garrett tells me that Lacey found some emails with a coworker, with some unforgiving photos attached. He confesses to a brief affair and begs Lacey's forgiveness. Garrett believes that she was just mad at him and understands why. Then he begs me not to tell the cops. The last few pages, he says that he's still trying to make things work with her. Garrett and Lacey were the kind of couple who were okay sharing their business with everyone. I already knew that Lacey had a crazy side, but this was on a level clear past the moon. Garrett was also a little mentally unwell, if he was really going to accept attempted murder as a rational response to anything. The house was a total loss by the time the fire department got there. When the cops got around to asking what I knew, I stuck to my original story because technically I wasn't lying about what I'd personally seen that night. Lacey took all of the tapes from the cameras that night. After finding out what really occurred, it was too late to retrieve any video from the night. I don't think Garrett ever told Mike the real story either. Now, get this. Over 20 years later, Mike has a kid and pays child support to a woman he divorced the same year they were married. I too have been married and divorced. My marriage lasted 6 years and thankfully didn't result in any offspring. But Garrett and Lacey are still going strong. It was literally their anniversary at the beginning of this month. Last weekend, we all went bowling. I still regularly hang out with these people. All I can say is that love is strange, but their relationship is none of my business. If they're happy, I'm happy. Oh yeah, years later, I'd be told that Lacey started the fire in the bedroom. She also locked me in the attic before she went bananas, in fear that I'd walk down and stop her from enacting her revenge. And would you believe it's been over 20 years? I've worked my ass off to never get on Lacey's bad side. She's a cool chick, and I'm really happy she married my friend. Here's to many more years of happiness. A few summers ago, I decided to take a leap of faith, quite literally. Skydiving had always been on my bucket list, and on my 32nd birthday, I decided it was time to take the plunge alone. I'd spent almost 2 months leading up to the big jump practicing and getting prepared to fly solo, essentially. By the time I was committed to a solo jump, I'd successfully taken the plunge attached to an instructor twice before. As I suited up and boarded the plane, I remember having a strong mix of excitement and anxiety. My heart racing as a result of both. I realized the anticipation of going at it alone was so much more brutal. The adrenaline pumping through my veins, it was like nothing I'd experienced before. Second thoughts came flooding in, intrusive ones too, but there was no time for that. The moment had arrived. So, with a deep breath and a leap from the aircraft, immediately I felt totally weightless, soaring through the open sky. The initial rush was breathtaking. The world around me seemed to blur as I embraced the exhilarating freedom of being alone. And why is it that the moment you think this is perfect or Hakuna Matata, you're rudely reminded that's not the case? I thought everything was going perfectly until an unexpected gust of wind caught me off guard. No, off course entirely. The moment it happened, I struggled to locate my pull cord as it was ripped from my hands. I reached for the thing and pulled as hard as I could. I knew I couldn't technically pull it too early, but I could pull it too late, so I pulled, and I felt nothing but resistance. My chute had failed. Suddenly, I found myself spiraling out of control, and that weightlessness feeling was now turning into something disorienting. I wondered if I'd pass out before I hit the ground. I hoped that I would. In moments of clarity, all I could see was that the ground below was getting closer with each passing second. Panic set in, but I knew that I had to keep a clear head if I wanted to make it out of this alive. Instinctively, I reached for my emergency parachute, and I pulled the cord with all my might. The sudden jolt brought me to a halt, and my body jerked as the secondary parachute deployed. I let out the sigh of relief, but my ordeal was far from over. I was off course. Suspended thousands of feet above the ground, I had to navigate my way back to safety. In those moments of floating back down to reality, all the trivial worries and stresses seemed insignificant. I was grateful for the opportunity to experience such a rush. Especially since I had survived it. I'd eventually landed with a thud, a few scrapes and bruises, but I was on solid ground again. And call me crazy, but I continue to skydive to this day. I just carry a newfound respect for the unpredictable nature of the world. Years ago, I started dating this girl named Janie. We sat near each other at work, and I basically fell in love with her the day we met. She lived with her brother in a shadier part of town. Her brother worked late nights and was never at their house. The duration of her staying in that house, I only met him once, which was a plus. But he also owned a big, scary, untrained dog. It stayed at the house, named Spud. This dog was intimidating, and not just because it was a pit bull. The first time I spent the night at her house, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, which was downstairs. When I rounded the corner to hit the second set of steps, there was Spud, standing in a fighting position at the bottom of the stairs, blocking the bathroom, growling intently at me. That was a long night. On the days I'd accompany Janie home from work, she'd get Spud on a leash and we'd take him out for a walk just to get some of that insane energy out. We would take a walk around the neighborhood baseball fields and I'd watch this ridiculously buff animal drag my Janie around. She leans all of her body weight backwards to keep Spud from knocking her off balance as we walk. Each step we take, Spud is up front. His leash is always tight with tension as grass chunks rip up under his massive paws as he lunges and tugs, trying to get every inch. One late night, I'm over watching a movie and Janie needs to take Spud out to go potty before we go upstairs. We bundle up and we go to make a loop around the baseball fields. She and I have done this time to time, plenty of nights, and Janie's been doing it since before we even met. Two objective truths. The area Janie lived in was really bad, like stepping over junkies on the sidewalk getting to her doorstep. Never see a cop kind of place. But nobody was going to fuck with her seeing this monster jumping and lunging at the end of a leash. We brought a blunt to spark at the park. I stuffed almost a full dub sack in there trying to flex for Janie. I'm not mentioning it to try to flex now, but so you can feel the same thing we were feeling at the time. I mean, this was back in the day where you'd have to call up a local dealer who may or may not have weed to sell, who may or may not want to travel or be available on the day that you run dry. You'll never know the struggle we had to go through for a sack of that sweet Mary Jane. Actually, I guess a lot of people probably still do have to struggle for that, but just not me. Anyway, as we're walking down a small hill approaching the baseball diamond, we're planning on going into the third base dugout to light up. But as we're getting closer, Spud lets out a tremendous bark. The sound shakes my attention, and I look away from Janie, panning straight ahead. There, we both see this guy standing on the other side of the field, near the baseball line. He's barely a silhouette against the dark background of the trees and trails. We're continuing forward, but he remains frozen. Spud's just beginning to settle down as we get into the dugout. With the leash still tightly wrapped around Janie's hand, she asks to spark the blunt, and I hand it to her along with the lighter. I'm still keeping an eye on the guy, frozen in the dark. I don't know why we didn't leave. Again, probably because we had Spud there. But just as Janie puts the blunt up to her lips, the man whistles a couple of high woot-woots. Before there's time to blink, Spud is up and tearing ass out of the fenced-in dugout, taking Janie along with him and heading towards the guy. When she falls, the blunt lands under her and gets dragged into shredded dust as her body is pulled across it. But obviously that's the least of my worries, as I'm watching my girlfriend get ripped from this cage by a monster dog while he's trying to attack a strange man that's been standing in the dark. I got up and threw myself onto her just in time to watch Spud rip the leash again. All the strain that was being put on Janie's hand from the leash finally released with a violent pull that breaks 3 of her fingers. She starts screaming, and all I can do is scream, "Watch out," as Spud closed ground on the man. He remained frozen while this dog rushed at him. I for sure thought that I was about to see this man get ripped to shreds. I'm holding Janie and hollering for Spud to come back, come back. Janie tells me that she's fine, but begs me to please go get Spud. So without hesitation, I run towards 2 things that I'm currently scared of. But as I'm running, I notice that Spud is just sitting calmly in front of this dark silhouette of a man. It's so jarring to see that I stopped running. I was close enough now to where I should be able to see the man, but he's still just a body of darkness. I call out again for Spud, but no reaction from either of them. I hear Janie yelling, "Grab him." So again, I head towards the shit that I'm afraid of. Just as I approach, the man drops his hood. His face was normal, but his eyes were not. This man has pitch black eyes. And sure, they could have been contacts, but his whole dressed-as-death thing with a stone-cold face weren't helping matters either. I said fuck it, and I reach for the leash. As I grabbed it, Spud turns around and bites my fucking arm. I drop the leash instantly, and Spud takes off. Janie is screaming for me to follow him, and she stops mid-sentence and just starts screaming in general. I look up, and Spud is halfway across the field, running full speed, heading in the direction of the woods. But even fucking crazier than that, Death Dude is already gone. Janie has now made it halfway to me, and she's crying and yelling, "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" I grab her and I say that we can go after him, but he bit me. And she looks at me and says, "That guy just disappeared. Dis-fucking-peared right in front of us. He vanished. What the fuck?" I calm her down and we decide that we need to get ourselves cleaned up and then look for Spud. When we reach her front door, there's Spud, sitting stoic at the front door, just waiting to get let in. Janie is so relieved, so that part makes me happy. But that dog, I don't know. I know it's a shitty thing to assume an animal is evil and all, but there's something so unsettling about that whole situation. All the way up to him sitting there. I did not trust this dog. Oh, and Janie's my wife now, so we still talk about this situation quite a bit, especially the whole vanishing man part. We still have no goddamn idea how to explain that one. But for curiosity's sake, we'd love to know what other people think. I work at a country gas station on a busy highway. Our customers are the people who commute to and from the city for work. Every morning they come in wanting their coffee and biscuits before filling their tanks. And most of them stop for a snack and energy drink in the evening. We get truckers and the random passerbys throughout the day. But those morning and evening rushes are what keep the lights on. Most of the time, it's about the most routine, boring job you can have. Unless there's a tornado. I'm in Louisiana. It rains a lot here, and we're known to throw epic hurricane parties. But tornadoes are a pretty rare occurrence for us. During my 35-year lifetime, there's only been 3 in my area. And the first 2 were so far on the other side of town, I didn't even know it was happening until I saw the pictures later. But the third one, that sucker came straight for me. It was a Friday, and I was working with my boss, Ted, and 2 others, Linda and Robbie. We knew the weather was supposed to get rough after lunch, but it was nothing we were concerned about. It was gloomy out, and the rain started just after lunch. The wind was blowing, and the occasional bolt of lightning flashed through the sky. But then it got dark. It looked like the sun was setting, yet it was barely 1 p.m. Then the temperature dropped. It was probably only a few degrees, but you could instantly feel the difference. That was about the time our phones started getting tornado warning alerts. Though actual twisters are rare for us, the warnings are just as uncommon. Every so often, one will be attached to a severe thunderstorm notification. But we're so used to them being false alarms that we don't take them very seriously. But when we looked outside, we all knew this was different. The sky turned downright sinister. I don't think I've ever seen the clouds so close to truly being black. The rain turned to hail. The wind was blowing so hard, it ripped the door from Ted's hand. Robbie stepped outside and lost his hat, as in literally lost it. It blew off of his head and kept on going. When he started to chase after it, Ted grabbed his arm and pulled him back inside. We could actually see the tornado forming in the distance. It dropped down before our very eyes, and it was coming straight for us. Because it was so far down the highway, Linda wanted to jump in her car and try to outrun it, but Ted knew there wasn't enough time to outrun this thing. Ted hollers for all of us to file inside, into the walk-in cooler. At first, Robbie, Linda, and I tried to reason that leaving was the best way. But before we could finish our argument, the tornado was even closer. We definitely didn't have time. As we barricaded ourselves within the cold walk-in, we braced ourselves as a loud rumble got closer and closer to where we were. The rumble was soon accompanied by sounds of thrashing metal, the crashing and cracking of wood, and all of the goods from the store being thrown around, and who knows what else. I've never been in an earthquake, but the way we shook inside that walk-in, it felt like the earth was moving beneath us. Only it wasn't the earth that was moving. It was us. The walk-in was practically being lifted and dropped back down. Small movements, Not enough to move us physically up and down, just enough to knock things off the shelves. I could hear Linda whimpering each time it happened. For all of 5 minutes. It just sounded like total destruction was taking place, and in that time, the power completely went out. I think that was the scariest part. I wasn't even paying attention to the racket outside anymore. There was enough going on inside to keep me distracted. With the power out, we could no longer see each other or the items falling off the shelves and onto us. I know at one point I stood up and I cradled my head with my arms, trying to block anything from hitting my head or face. But I could feel coagulated gravy under my feet. It must have been one of the various things to fly off the shelves, and it now covered the ground, making it slippery and impossible to keep balanced. At one point, a heavy plastic container of what I can only assume held potatoes came tumbling down, the corner of the bin smashing one of my fingers, but luckily, not my head. I heard Robbie shriek in pain, but I couldn't see a damn thing. I called out asking if everyone was all right. Ted, Linda. They each gave me a response to indicate that they were conscious. So I told them to cover their heads, hoping they already were, but couldn't be sure. My eyes were tightly shut for what felt like forever, but soon, and I mean, it couldn't have been more than 10 minutes after it all started, everything was scary quiet. There was no wind, no rain, no sound of flying debris. There was only the sound of our own breathing, which by this time was pretty heavy. We stayed in that walk-in until it got too hot to handle. Ted was the first one out. It took all of us to get the door opened, but eventually we broke through the debris on the other side, and as soon as he walked through to the other side, he gasped. The rest of us shuffled out quickly behind him, and involuntarily did just the same. Truly, we couldn't believe what we saw. Nothing. The entire store, which housed the walk-in cooler, was gone. Not just the roof, not just the walls, but everything had been completely gutted. The goods on the shelves, the register, the coolers, all of it was thrown into various piles of unrecognizable junk. Our cars had been completely flipped around, no longer in their designated spots behind the building that no longer stood. We aren't even sure to this day where the little motorbike ended up. The only thing still standing, practically untouched, was the walk-in. By God's good graces, and probably Ted's good thinking, we survived against all odds. Eventually, Linda remembered she'd taken a bag into the cooler, filled with our cell phones. I grabbed my cell phone from the bag and called emergency services, while she poured over the damage with Ted and Robbie. As I waited to get through, I remember thinking it was odd we hadn't heard a single siren throughout the ordeal, or since it ended. When someone answered and I explained our location, the woman on the line was shocked. It was clear that they had assumed there were no survivors in the area, especially no one from the store, which was no longer standing. It wasn't immediate, but soon enough we heard the sound of something that's usually not so sweet, the sound of sirens. The store was a total loss, and there'd be a lot of rebuilding to do, but at least we were alive. I'm a single mother, and I do my best to provide my child with memories he'll be able to look back on when he's my age. I didn't have that many with my mom, and it's important for me to give him what I needed at that age. Without a father, it's been my job to show him how to be strong in this world. I was watching a TED Talk, and the speaker said that fear is primarily a learned trait. Toddlers would watch their parents interact with the environment to understand it for themselves. If they see a situation and think, "Uh-oh, mommy flinched," they will start to perceive the situation as dangerous. If you're afraid of spiders, it's probably because you saw a parent react poorly to them in your adolescence. That's why I've done my best not to flinch when we're together. He's turning 10 in October, and we frequently spend our weekends going to trampoline parks, regular parks, or the movies. But yesterday he saw a YouTube video about those bioluminescent shrimp. We live a little over an hour from the Indian River Lagoon, near Titusville, and I decided, why not? Let's go on a spontaneous little trip. We hopped in the car around 8 to get there as the sun was setting. I'm brave, but not dumb. I always pack pepper spray in my purse, just in case someone were to test my mama bear fury. We pull into the lagoon, and we're one of the only cars in the parking lot. Aiden and I walk down the trail and reach the shoreline. A smile grew on his face as we got closer to the shoreline. This was the first time I'd ever seen these shrimp in real life. He and I stood at the top of the hill, mesmerized at the light show that we were seeing in the water. We walked down the hill until we found a bench to sit on, just before the concrete path touched the sand. There was a man standing in the rocks of the shallow water, quietly fishing. Every time he'd cast his line out, it would stir up the shrimp in the water, like blue fireworks in the ripples. Soon, Aiden's oohs and ahs turn into snores as he falls asleep sitting on the bench rested against me. I sat there and realized I was experiencing a rare moment of bliss and silence to myself. Moms know how cherished and fleeting these can be. I took a deep breath, smelling the salty sea air. Falling asleep next to Aiden on the bench would have been easy if I'd let myself fully relax. I noticed the fisherman had started packing his gear. When he turns around, he sees us on the bench. He must not have known we were there previously, and I think our presence startled him. Naturally, he was most likely on his guard too, and didn't know we weren't there posing a threat to him. I try to make it obvious the direction I'm looking, but keep him in the corner of my eye. The fisherman slowly grabs his bucket and tackle box, then starts walking towards us. An unnecessary angle to take if you were heading toward the parking lot. With this trajectory, I begin to wake Aiden up and get him ready to go. I also had to get my purse out from under him without yanking it in a panic. I turn and stare at the approaching fisherman to let him know I'm aware of him. He keeps looking at us, then back down as he tries to find his footing in the slippery rocks. He gets close enough for me to see that he's barefoot, wearing torn jean shorts and a tank top. He has a bushy beard and is incredibly thin. We make eye contact at an increasingly uncomfortable distance as I can see the white of his eyes. He takes another step towards us and then lets out the most horrific, stomach-turning howl I've ever heard from a human's vocal cords. It sounded like those stock screaming sound effects I'd play with in film class, like a war movie death scream. Aiden jolts awake. He's now observant of the dark figure. I flinch. This man starts swinging his arms and throwing his gear around the rocks while continuing to scream bloody murder. I grab Aiden's wrist tightly in my hand, and I'm about to start running toward the parking lot, but I see the fisherman collapse onto the rocks. Suddenly, I realized I may have misread the situation. Even from this further distance, the man's growling and groaning continues, but he didn't appear to be moving, not much. So instead of grabbing my keys, I grabbed my cell phone. I called 911 to report the collapsed man in the water. I shuffle through my purse for the keys, unlock the car before handing them over to Aiden, telling him to wait in the car and to lock the doors. With dispatch on the line, I approach the man who's in bad shape, but definitely alive. I relay the information and then ask the man the questions the dispatch is asking me. Sir, can you breathe? Is it your heart? But he's just pointing towards his foot, rapidly. So I turn on the flashlight on my phone to see what I can see. I remembered the man was barefoot as I shined the light, and almost immediately, it was obvious which foot was causing the man such distress. The outside of the man's right foot was immensely swollen and red, but it wasn't just his foot. His right leg, up to his knee, had started to take the same discoloration. Through labored breaths, the man says it stung him. I relay the information and wait with the man and dispatch for ambulances to arrive. Once they do, I check on Aiden, who's waiting eagerly at the back window. I open the door, telling him I just need a couple more moments with the police. He tries to ask me quickly before shutting the door, what happened to the man? I told Aiden that the man had been stung. But stung by what? I didn't know. Aiden starts talking about the kinds of things that can sting in the water, and before he can get too far through his list, I tell him, just one moment, remember, I need to talk to the police. The officers are actually making their way to my car, so I didn't have to travel far to get the rest of the details. Most importantly, I learned the guy was going to be okay. He was lucky to have someone around, though. Apparently, he'd been stung by a stonefish. Wasn't sure exactly what that was, but I learned they were nasty, not-so-little guys. Aiden told me all about them on the way home, and then we watched a video about them. Truly horrifying. The pain that man must have been in. I can't believe I thought he was coming after us. I'm just so grateful I didn't leave in a panic. Hey everyone. I'm not sure if this counts as a let's not meet, but I have a good cautionary tale that will raise some hairs. I'm a 20-year-old female, but this happened 2 years ago when I was still in high school as a senior. I always knew the dark web existed. I just didn't have any particular interest in it until my friend used it at her cousin's house. Came back with a bunch of wild stories. Well, some of them were just a little too crazy, so I decided to check it out for myself. I had a little trouble downloading Tor, but it's almost scary how easy everything was after that. There's quite literally nothing off limits. If you can imagine it, someone's uploading videos of it. If a terrible accident is caught on film, it gets uploaded to YouTube, TikTok, Reddit, everywhere. But the clips are cut or blurred to avoid showing anything really gruesome. Not on the dark web. They don't have trigger warnings or content advisories. Whether or not you see someone's head being removed is based solely on you. The safety nets are gone. I don't want to say the actual website, partly because of what happened when I spoke to police, and partly to prevent anyone else from enduring what I went through. But imagine if YouTube didn't have any restrictions. People post whatever they want, and nobody can regulate their content. Let me tell you, there's some sick shit out there. At first, I clicked some pretty off-the-wall titles, assuming that they had to be clickbait, like burn down my ex-boss's house, fuck you, Debbie. But no, they're real. That one showed a man literally breaking into a home and burning it down. He piled obstacles in the hallway so that it would be harder for the woman to escape. Then, he poured gasoline all around the front door, leading back through the house and out the rear door. The whole time, there's a voiceover describing how the woman had fired him on his birthday, so he waited for her birthday to fire her, and about how the company will never be able to replace him. You know, the typical narcissistic rant. So, if it wasn't clickbait, it had to be staged, right? Nope. I Googled the woman's name, and I read all about how the ex-employee had burned her house down. Thank God she survived. And the man, he was caught the next day. No way I could stand watching any of the assault videos, but they were by far the most common. It was so bad that I tried reporting it to the police, but they already knew about the site, which is painfully obvious now. If an 18-year-old found it in 5 minutes, no shit the actual authorities knew about it. I was just so shocked. That experience satisfied all of my curiosity about the dark web and more. I was perfectly happy to delete Tor and never think about it again. But later that night, a Skype message appeared while I was doing my homework. "Why did you call the police?" My heart stopped. I'd been way too embarrassed to tell anyone about the call. I blocked the account. But another one popped up immediately after, and it said my mom's phone number followed by, should I talk to her instead? I asked who they were, what they wanted, to which they said, to make my customers happy. After a short pause, they added, "How can I do that if you're trying to involve the police?" Even now, I'm not sure which site or video belonged to that guy. I tried to tell him that I already deleted the browser, but he didn't believe me. He knew I deleted the desktop icon and not the program. Yet guess. I'm an idiot who didn't understand the difference, but that's not the point. The point is he knew. It turns out the guy knew a lot more because he had access to my computer. Once I realized the webcam was on, I panicked and held down the power button until it shut off. Afterwards, I talked to Hannah's cousin and learned that the website I used to view the videos was less like YouTube and more like LimeWire. I wasn't streaming. I was downloading those videos, along with God knows what else, and it let someone into my computer. Now, while that does suck really bad, there was a bright side. All I had to do was keep the computer off until I could afford to have it fixed, right? A few days later, the asshole texted me a picture of myself getting dressed right after a shower. It was taken with my webcam and captioned, "Miss you." I cried for a long time over that one. I still can't stand to think about all the places those videos must exist. How many screen grabs have been created from the footage? I've tortured myself trying to remember what all I may have done in front of that camera, but there's no point in obsessing over what can't be changed. I blocked the number and all of those ones that came after it. Each one was a bit more threatening than the last. Finally, he insinuated that he would send the pictures to my boss if I didn't answer, so I replied. The exchange was almost the same as the first one, only now he wanted access to my phone to keep an eye on me. I said he could send my pictures to the Pope, but he wasn't getting into my phone. Over the next couple of days, I received strange friend requests on all my social media accounts, and double the amount of phishing scams. But I didn't click on shit. Everyone said it was probably some horny virgin in his mother's basement, that he would get bored and move on to some other poor girl if I just ignored him. So I kept blocking every number until there was no more texts. The very next day, an old car followed me from school all the way to my apartment complex. I should have driven away sooner, but I made a loop and drove back onto the highway. Instead of following me out, the car parked right in front of my building. Unsure what to do, I drove down to a gas station and back again to find that it was gone. Convinced I was being paranoid, I parked and went inside. What were the odds I ran into someone who lived close enough to physically screw with me? It's not like I live in a major city. That night I got dressed for bed around 11, and the second I turned off the light, I got another text message. This time it was a picture of me walking inside earlier. That changed everything. This guy wasn't someone on the other side of the world. I wasn't imagining being followed. This was an actual true crime podcast in the making, and I did not want to play. I went to the police again, and they made an official report with the list of numbers I'd blocked, screenshots of the messages I still had. But there's nothing that they could do yet. Basically, something terrible had to happen before they could really get involved. But that brings me to the final encounter. I was on my way home from work. It was only 8 o'clock, so not exactly late. There's a long stretch of road that's pretty secluded, and people usually like to speed. It's a completely straight 2-lane, so it's really easy to pass if someone's going slow. But I was doing 60 when a pair of headlights came zooming up behind me. I actually braced myself because I thought they were going to rear-end me, but they slammed on their brakes at the last second. Once there was a little space between our cars, they sped up and slammed on the brakes again. I knew it had to be that guy. I wanted to call 911, but I was afraid to look away from the road for even a second. My vision was blurred with tears, but I couldn't pry either of my hands from the wheel. Halfway down the road, the car got behind me and accelerated once more. Only this time, it didn't stop. It smashed into my bumper and almost sent me into the guardrail. It was more luck than anything that I regained control before a collision. I was screaming bloody murder as the car slowed down. I knew that he was getting ready to hit me again, but I didn't know how to avoid the impact. When it came, it was even harder than the first one, and my car was sent spinning. When the world was still again, my vision was filled with blue flashing lights, and the guy's taillights were just visible as they rounded the corner at the end of the road. An officer came to my window while his partner spoke into her radio, but they didn't find the guy. I haven't heard from him since that night, but if those cops hadn't been trying to catch speeders, I don't think that I would have survived that encounter. Don't forget, all of that happened because I decided to fuck around on the dark web. Once. It's like the meth of the internet world. I ordered myself a mystery box off the dark web, originally intended to be filmed as content for a YouTube channel that I was trying to get started back in 2018. Most of the videos capturing these unboxings are staged, satire for clicks with fake half-ass content creators opening boxes and finding murder weapons or human fingers. There's just no reason someone would have to mail that out upon request. Watching these was half the reason I wanted to start my own channel. Seeing the amount of hits they got on some of these videos was deplorable to the actual substance the video contained. Oh my God, guys, a real note written in a serial killer victim's blood. Fuck you, no it's not. I thought, if I do a real dark web mystery unboxing, I'd surely get tons more views. So I downloaded a Tor browser and did some research of my own. It was easy to find people selling different kinds of mystery boxes, actually. I found 2 within my price range and placed the order. 6 weeks later, the first mystery box arrives. I spent hours getting the camera and lighting positioned just how I wanted it for the first video. To make the experience as authentic as possible, I went live. I had enough hashtags to fill a book, and it was working because a few people had already gone into my live. Some people were showing up in anticipation for the big reveal. The box I put on the table for all to see was a medium-sized, unsuspecting cardboard box, about as big as a shoebox, but not a shoebox. It opened from the top. My heart was racing as I cut the tape with a small razor blade. I know there were only 5 or 6 other people watching at this moment, but it felt like 1,000,000 people were waiting to be entertained. Make it or break it time. Whatever was inside this package, I prayed would go viral enough to launch me into YouTube stardom. I turned the box upside down, and the contents fell onto my kitchen table for all to see. What fell out was a black flash drive, a small plastic machine someone in the chat would identify as a card skimmer, and 2 white pieces of paper with 20 different bank card numbers and their adjoining information. After the viewer told me what a skimmer was, I quickly put the pieces together as to what I'd illegally purchased from the dark web, and now I'd put it on display for the whole world to see, my crime of stupidity. I quickly turned off the live stream feed and tried to delete the video from my channel before I had people showing up at my door. Luckily, the couple of people who were watching didn't care enough to report what they'd seen. 2 more weeks would pass before I'd receive the second package. That would be 8 weeks total, waiting for this mystery box to show up. By the time it got there, I'd already kind of forgotten about ordering 2. The first experience must have diminished my anticipation to such a level that I'd completely blocked out how eager I was to get my channel started. It was delivered in the early morning while I was out jogging in the neighborhood. When I got back, it was sitting on my doorstep. The box was a deep maroon. It was about the size of a men's dress shirt box. There was no imagery, no addresses, nothing. I still don't know how the box got on my doorstep without my address being on it or any address. I brought it inside, feeling a sense of resentment, remembering I had impulsively spent money on this mystery box idea. Instead of going directly live this time, I decided to open it up first. If there was anything worth setting the camera up for, I'd just fake it. On the kitchen table, I slowly opened the maroon lid and looked inside. The shallow box is mostly filled with packing peanuts, and they spill all over the floor when I put my hands in to feel around. The mess continued to grow until my fingers ran across a VHS tape. I pulled it out. The maroon box would be empty besides the remaining packing peanuts left inside. I didn't have a VHS player. That meant I'd have to go find one in order to see what was on the video, in order to figure out if I'd had anything for my channel, or if I truly did waste $200. I was up early, and the sun still hadn't risen that morning, so I had to wait hours before a pawn shop opened and I could buy a VHS player. It would be early afternoon before I'd actually get to pop the tape in and watch it. I click the play button, and the screen illuminates a glowing black. Scan lines jitter randomly on the screen until the first image of the film replaces the black. The quality is poor, and the scan lines still roll up and down, pushing the picture on the screen, but I immediately knew the location being shown on my TV. I'd seen this place before, in small clips the news broadcasted years ago. Grainy security footage of an American high school cafeteria. Then the video would change to another scene of tragedy. Horror films via security cameras, low-resolution cell phone videos, and webcams, they all began flashing in front of me in a looping compilation, as if I'm watching them all happen at once. The video lasted under 2 minutes, but to this day, I can recall every disgusting frame on the reel. When the video was over, the tape stopped, and I was truly upset inside. The inhumanity got me to actually cry. When my nerves settled, I was able to think about it in retrospect. What was I expecting to receive from the dark web? If anything, I should have been grateful for my findings. What was on the video was footage easily found on one of those rotten.com websites that were up on the internet in the 90s. If you had an older brother, or a friend with an older brother in the late 90s, early 2000s, you were definitely shown the classic Scar Me for Life video clips. The tapes were those, but a whole bunch of different situations. Some I could identify, some I couldn't. All equally as gory and heart-sinking as the one before. But still, more of what I realistically expected when making the purchase. Unfortunately, it was a little too extreme for what I was hoping for, so I broke the tape and tossed it in the garbage. I was never going to watch it again, and I didn't want it sitting around on my movie shelf. And it for sure wasn't getting uploaded online. 2 days later, another maroon box showed up on my doorstep. I'm confused, and again the box is absent of any address or identification of any kind. Inside, it's another VHS tape. As much as I don't want to, I find myself pushing the tape in and pressing play on the machine. Once again, quick scenes of death and carnage skipped around on the screen. I dove over and pressed stop on the player. I ejected the tape and repeated what I did to the first one. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at. They were completely different videos from the first tape, all comparatively equal and nausea-inducing point of views. I didn't want to keep receiving mail like this. I got back on the tour and tried to retrace my steps to the vendors I'd bought the mystery boxes from, but they were gone. The names and items changed around by the hour. I'd never be able to find it. I was at a loss as to what to do next besides wait and hope another package didn't show up. The next day, something told me to cut my run short, and as I neared my house, I saw there was another maroon package by the door. I was admittedly terrified beyond belief. This box was shaped smaller than the other two, and when I lifted it, it felt lighter as well. Bringing it inside, I opened it before I even got to the table. Inside the box were 3 Polaroids that perfectly fit within the dimensions of the box, forcing me to turn it 180 degrees to dump them out. With one hand, I turned the box over, and with the other, I caught the 3 photos, and I stared at the first one. Most of the photo was black, except a large, yellow, blurry square. I couldn't make out what it was. I set the box down and flipped to the next Polaroid. This one was further away, still dark and barely visible as to what the photo shows, but the same yellow square sits in the center. The yellow square is smaller this time, but I begin to see that it's the window of a house. The pictures are taken from the outside looking into an illuminated home. The last photo was the most clear, and the one that will haunt me forever. The Polaroid was of me somewhere on one of my morning jogs. I don't know when it was taken. I don't know how it was taken without my knowledge, but it was clearly me, and my hands are on my knees and hunched over, catching my breath. They must have been on my left when they took this picture. I obviously deleted anything that had to do with the Tor browser, and I stopped jogging after that day. I never received another Ramoon package after that. I've always been curious if they stopped delivering because they knew I was staying home. I stayed inside and out of view for over a week until I had to physically go out and get groceries or I'd starve to death. I used up all my sick time and vacation time with that catatonic dread. Honestly, I still feel really lucky that nothing worse happened. But I guess this would just be my warning to anyone who's thinking about using the dark web. Just don't. In 8th grade, I used to babysit for my next-door neighbor sometimes after school. We lived in an apartment complex, and they were literally the door next to mine. We shared a wall and everything. The occupants were a single mother and her 6 or 7-year-old son, Adam, who only stayed with his mom every other week or weekend. Usually, I would pop over after school just as Mom was about to leave for work, and Adam would get dropped off by the bus. I'd spend about 4 hours watching him, or on Fridays I'd watch him for several hours, and sometimes fall asleep over there. As a 13-year-old, I wasn't incredibly observant of family dynamics, but I did notice that after doing this routine for most of my 8th grade year, I started seeing a man going in and out of the apartment. Originally, I thought maybe this was Adam's dad, but I was curious why I'd never seen him before. The next time I babysat, I learned that the man was Mom's boyfriend. I asked Adam if he liked the man, and he said, "Sure, he's nice." And he was right. The man was nice. And it was thanks to Mom's new boyfriend that my babysitting schedule dwindled a bit, and more mom time was made available. I thought that this was great for everyone. I would see them less and less, but every time I did, they looked really happy, especially Adam. Towards the end of the year, my schedule for babysitting became mainly Fridays. For a while, everything seemed really normal by the standards of a 13-year-old, until it wasn't. Remember how I said that we shared a wall? Well, this meant that we could hear everything above talking voices, and we could hear a lot of yelling. It was always during the times that Adam wasn't home, which I thought was a good thing and therefore didn't pay much attention to it. My parents are sort of mind-your-own-business sort of people, but on the same hand, my dad is very much someone who wouldn't tolerate hearing someone else in trouble. I'd often walk into the dining room or living room and see my dad sitting at the kitchen table, almost like he was trying to decipher what was going on, ready to act in an instant. Part of me didn't understand the big deal, but I didn't realize my parents were sort of shielding me from hearing most of it. Soon after all the fighting started, but before the end of the year, my parents told me they didn't want me babysitting for Allison anymore. I was pretty upset because, though I didn't see much of Allison herself, I really liked spending Friday nights with Adam. He was sort of like a little brother, and I always wanted a younger sibling. My parents offered minimal explanation, but I started to put together that it had to do with Adam's family, not Adam or me. Several weeks went by where I wasn't watching Adam. In fact, I hardly saw him, and I started to ask my parents why that was. However, they just told me that he must have been spending time with his dad. Then we stopped seeing the guy, the boyfriend, suddenly. No one asked what happened with the guy, but the apartment was quieter, and Adam was back to being there every other week. On a Friday, it was almost summer, Allison had asked my parents if I could watch Adam after school that day, just for a couple of hours. She was working her last shift, and her and Adam would be moving back to Spokane within the week. It was basically my last chance to see Adam, and with the dude out of the picture, my parents agreed. Why not one last hurrah? I was so excited I could hardly wait for school to get out that day, and I almost made it. It was the last 30 minutes of the last period of the day, and just as I was looking at the clock, a voice came over the intercom. The voice was naming a handful of students, requesting they report to the office immediately. There were strict instructions not to leave campus if our name had been called. I had no idea what was going on. Nothing like this had ever happened before, especially so close to the end of the day. I found myself walking towards the office with a group of people I soon recognized. They weren't all of my friends, but instead they were all my neighbors. Every kid whose name had been called was someone who lived in my apartment complex, and none of us had any idea what was going on. We all sat around a large table in the principal's office, a place I'd rarely seen the inside of. Even though I was sure I wasn't in trouble, I had a really bad feeling. I felt overly nervous, and I'd learned later I was experiencing anxiety, and what I'd have even later on, anxiety attacks. However, soon enough our vice principal was in the office with us and told us that there had been an incident at our apartment complex this afternoon. The details at this point were incredibly limited, but the gist of it was that the school was working with the police to determine when it was safe to release us. I should mention my school sat right next to my apartment complex, so we were a group of kids who usually walked to and from school. Slowly, over the next hour, kids' parents were picking them up, and others were given the okay to walk home. Soon it was just myself and my downstairs neighbors, Martin and his little brother Christian, who were left behind. My parents usually didn't come home until about an hour after I was done with school, so I was used to walking home and being alone or going straight to Allison and Adam's, same with Martin and his brother, as we'd usually walk home together. But for some reason, today, the school wouldn't release us until our parents could pick us up. We still had no idea what was going on. It would stay that way for a while, until finally my dad came to pick me up. But we didn't go straight home. Instead, my dad took me to Starbucks and ordered me a Frappuccino. He never did this. I knew something was up. We parked, and he explained to me that our floor was currently a crime scene, that our family was okay, but that our apartment was currently off limits to the police. He reiterated that our family was okay, but that Allison's family, Adam's family, they weren't okay. He said we were going to go to the beach for a while, wait for my mom to get off of work, and he's going to explain it to me. On the way, he told me the whole truth. A truth that would be repeated on the news for weeks and weeks before news cycles found something else tragic to report on. Allison had been murdered, and her ex-boyfriend was the murderer, a murderer who had also killed himself. It wasn't just a murder that happened behind closed doors, though. The man had attacked Allison while she was in the shower. It's still unclear how he got into the apartment, but rumor was that the apartment's front office may have made the mistake of giving him a spare key. Allison had managed to escape her apartment at one point, proceeded to run around the parking lot screaming for help. Allison was being chased. Apparently, it was also the front office that noticed the horrifying event taking place in the parking lot. A knife-wielding man chasing a naked woman through a parking lot. He eventually captured her and managed to get back upstairs and into her apartment. They were only inside for a few moments before several gunshots were heard. Thank God Adam wasn't home. His school bus hadn't dropped him off today, and I have to assume he was going through something similar at his school. Or maybe his dad would have picked him up by now. Either way, I'd never get to see Adam again. Everything grew very dark very quickly. One of those gunshots went through the wall of our dining room, essentially piercing the wall exactly where my dad had spent so many evenings sitting, listening. The whole house had trouble sleeping, and sometimes I'd find my dad sitting at the table, staring off. or even one time I'd seen him crying out there. Within less than 2 weeks, we were packing up our belongings and moving on. We'd originally signed a lease for another year just a couple of months prior, but my dad made it clear that we couldn't stay there anymore. I always assumed it was because of the whole bullet hole murder situation, and I guess in some ways it was. But the real thing, the thing my dad wouldn't tell me at first but did tell my mom, was that we couldn't stay there any longer because he couldn't stop hearing their voices. He couldn't stop hearing them arguing, even though they were dead. Call it shock, call it grief. I don't know what you'd call it, but I know that my dad isn't one to make a fuss or make things up. Sometimes I really wonder if he could hear that stuff, and maybe that's why he was crying. All I know is life got a lot lighter once we moved out of that place, so my dad was on to something. I still live in that same town, and this is still one of the most visceral murders to ever take place in the area, even 20 plus years later. Every time I drive by, I find myself looking up at the apartment and wondering, has anyone else experienced anything strange since living there? Excuse my intrusive thoughts for a moment. Please know I'm not thinking of offing myself, and I hope this question doesn't trigger anyone. But there's something I've been wondering about, and I can't really quiz my coworkers with an icebreaker like this. So, here goes. If you were to jump off a building, would you face forward or backward when you leapt? There's pros and cons for each direction, I think. Facing forward, you're given the chance to know exactly when your death will be, as the hustle and bustle of the city life continues. I'd imagine a joyous warmth would engulf the soul, reminiscent of Christmas morning as a child, when the wonders of Santa Claus still exist, maybe. Able to witness all that you'll leave behind. The men and women going to and from work with no purpose besides filling their pockets for a weekend distraction from reality. The imagery of your impact on the concrete will be seen by at least a few of them. The sudden carnage that lays before them is bound to be retained within their psyche. It may even be enough to change their purpose in life, ignite the inspiration they were missing. Maybe not. Who knows? Or you could jump backwards. You think you'd only indulge this option on a day with the clear skies in the forecast. Consider leaving early in the morning or late afternoon for the best chance of a picture-perfect sky to gaze into. It's superior in aesthetics compared to the dingy streets being the last image you'll see, but you won't know how long that image will be able to be cherished. Personally, I feel like it would force my attention on trying to soak it all in, instead of appreciating the last moment of my final artistic gesture. There's millions of actors all dancing to their own music on the world stage. Unfortunately, my husband Alisha was unintentionally in the audience during someone's final performance. I can say truthfully that the trauma he experienced by seeing it stuck with him years later. And clearly his retelling of the events haven't left me either. In 2018, Alisha is on a construction job in Lower Manhattan. He's one of the leads on this project and had to be the first one on site to unlock the gates surrounding the construction zone. On a typical morning in August, Alisha's just finished pulling the chains off the last fence at the yard. The last gate he's opening is across the street from the Deschutes Bank Center. Also attached to that same building is the Mandarin Oriental Hotel and some ultra-expensive luxury apartments. When Alisha gets the last lock, he slides the key back into his pocket while turning around. It was a clear summer morning, and as he looked up to really take in the morning sunrise, he also saw a man stepping off of the 55-story building, then falling over 750 feet. Alisha told me the man landed on the glass mark of the hotel with such force, it sounded like a bomb had gone off. The impact would split the man's body in half, sending bloody pieces of him flying in multiple directions. Some even landed across the street into the construction site. Emergency vehicles shut down the whole block within a few minutes. Soon, Elijah was able to return home, after relocking all of the gates in a dazed shock. When he got home, he told me what happened. I saw the small spots of blood that freckled his yellow vest. When he first came in and told me, I thought that he was lying because of how nonchalantly he had retold before going to the shower. Pretty sure he was still in shock. That night, however, I'd woken up to Alisha thrashing in bed with night terrors, jolted awake by one of his kicks to see him punching his arms violently into the darkness, or screaming. He's asleep the whole time while acting this way too. Alisha's mom told me that he used to have a sleepwalking problem in high school, but nothing close to what he was doing now. I asked Alisha what he'd been seeing in his dreams, but he either wouldn't or couldn't talk about it. 3 days later, work would call him, telling him they'd been okayed to return to the site the next day. Alisha speechless on the phone. Then he quickly ended the call and dropped his phone onto the hardwood floor of our dining room. He then sits on the floor, and for the first time since the incident, he cries. We sat on the floor together, and Alisha told me about his nightmares, about how that morning plays over and over and over. Every night he's either in his truck getting to work or already at the last gate, and every time he sees the man plummet through the glass canopy of the hotel, the body splits into two when it hits the road. Sometimes one of the parts or both would reanimate back to life, crawling towards Alisha, dragging whatever pieces were still attached to it at the side. It's really some dark shit that I don't need to keep going further with. There's just something so wildly insane about having your life changed forever in such a brutal way by someone that you've never even met. Anyway, take care everyone, and thanks for listening. I used to be quite the kleptomaniac when I was in middle school, but one event made me rethink my life of petty crime. At the peak of my breaking and entering phase, I'd gotten my hands on a skeleton key lockpick set. A janitor had left it lying around, and I decided to help myself to the unattended shiny object. Within that same month, I checked out a lockpicking book at our local library, then successfully broke into the library after hours, using the newfound knowledge I'd recently possessed. The alarms went off right as I opened the door, so I ended up having to hightail it out of there. One night I was riding my bike in town, and it was like some kind of energy had forced my fingers down on the brakes. My tires screeched to a stop in front of a big red door. I dropped my bike right there on the sidewalk and approached the door. A plastic closed sign was hanging on the glass part of the door, and just above it, on the building itself, was a larger neon sign, which was turned off, and it read Psychic. Inside the front area was dark, but I could see that there were lights on further back in the shop. I carefully looked at the keyhole and decided what picking technique would be needed. As soon as the block got quiet and I had a moment without prying eyes, I pulled out my lockpicking set. But as soon as I put the first pick into the hole, the door opened. I didn't know if I had just gotten lucky or if the door had already been unlocked. Regardless, I opened it just enough to slip my hand in and feel for a bell. There was none, so I opened the door up just a bit more and slid in, closing it behind me. I knew I had to be quick. This wasn't a perusing visit. There was a clear crystal ball sitting on a table, in a cash box under the front desk. I took both and ran out back, not worrying about the existence of a bell this time, and nobody followed in pursuit. I got on my bike and pedaled harder than I needed to escape the crime scene. When I got home, I brought the crystal ball and cash box into my room. It was locked, but my skeleton key picked it open swiftly. To my disappointment, there were only a few ones and some change in the bottom. I was planning on selling the crystal ball at a pawn shop the next day. By this time of night, all the businesses were closed. But when I woke up the next day, The cash box and the crystal ball were gone. I looked everywhere. Originally, I thought my mom had grabbed it, but she hadn't returned home from work yet. It was baffling. Then, a few days later, I was riding my bike past the same psychic shop when I saw something that almost made me crash. Hanging in one of the shop windows was a black and white printout of my school photo. Obviously, I couldn't go in there. I mean, I'd broken in, and even if the door was unlocked, I'd stolen from the place, and they clearly knew it. I picked up my bike and decided I needed to get out of there ASAP, but part of me just had to know. Was the crystal ball inside? Where else would it be? I cased the building to see if there was a way that I could walk up to it unnoticed, just to peek inside one of those windows and see for myself. I found a decent way on the left side of the building. There was a wall of trees lining each side of the lawn, and they stopped where the building started. I could walk behind the trees and discreetly look inside the window. As I approached the side window, but before I was fully in front of it, I saw another black and white school photo of myself plastered to the window. It wasn't just one. They were lining the whole sleet of windows down the left side of the building. I was officially sweating, and the presence of the crystal ball was no longer important to me. I was sure that it was there, and I was sure I needed to leave. It was literally that moment that I decided to take a more honest path in life. I destroyed and tossed the skeleton key, silently vowing to never steal again. I couldn't avoid the shop forever. Taking a different street added a whole heck of a lot of unnecessary time to my route. But the next time I rode past, my photos were taken down. The shop isn't there anymore, and though I'm grateful for the experience in the long run, the entire thing, including the building, but mainly the experience, still creeps me out. I'm still young, a mere 26 years old. I wouldn't describe this as a life-ruining decision, but it did change the course of my life for better or for worse. Senior year of high school, I'd managed to receive a volleyball scholarship to Albright College in Pennsylvania. I committed there junior year when a scout came out to one of our games. I may have let this go to my head a little bit, and my carefree attitude peaked in 12th grade. Halloween night, me and my friends had dressed like Charlie's Angels, and might I add, we looked awesome. I have auburn hair, so I was Drew Barrymore's character. My friend Tiff had bright blonde hair, and Lindsay went all out by dyeing her hair black. We also found matching rompers at Forever 21. Let's just say we looked pretty hot. Halloween was on a Friday that night. Our plan was to attend a party being held at our friend's house. Her name was Bora. Her family immigrated here from Albania at the end of our sophomore year. Her parents owned a restaurant in town. They were never home, and we had free rein to do whatever we wanted at our house. Mom and Dad had very different impressions of their daughter and the company that she surrounded herself with. None of our parents really knew the debauchery us girls would engage in. We got good grades, barely good enough to be eligible to stay on the team and for me to continue holding my scholarship, but good grades. But on the weekends, we would frequently engage in extracurricular activities, and Halloween was the perfect excuse to go all out. Lindsay had a prescription to Adderall, and the night would start with us crushing 3 lines and snorting them, off of Tiffany's English book, of course. We were walking to the party. Bora lived in the next neighborhood down the lane from Tiff. It was a walk that we'd made a million times before. The trip takes less than 15 minutes, give or take, depending on what path of intersecting cul-de-sacs you'd take. At the beginning of our walk, Tiff leads us towards the street that's essentially the longest route there. Me and Lindsay are like, no, let's go the usual way. But Tiff begs us, and her emotional investment to the directional options made us sympathetic to her groveling. A few feet down the sidewalk, I noticed the streetlights are super spread apart, like bright spot, long stretch of pitch black, bright spot, long stretch of pitch black, so on and so forth. Then a spark of a Bic lighter indicated the idea that Tiff had. The houses that met the sidewalk were more like mansions. They were few and far between. Big 100-year-old houses, huge front yards with long driveway ending with iron gates. Some of the houses you couldn't even see from the road. Zero trick-or-treaters. Driveways were far too long for anyone to begin to endeavor. Very few of them even had decorations to entice trick-or-treaters. The ones that did simply had pumpkins in front of their gates. Even fewer pumpkins were actually carved. Tiff passed the joint to me and says, "Watch this." Me and Lindsay stop while she walks up to one of the iron gates and grabs a carved pumpkin. She turns around and smashes it on the ground like a DK barrel. We're like, "Holy shit, why?" She replies by saying a speech like, "Listen, bitches, this might be our last Halloween together, but we're going to make some memories." Her call to arms inspires Lindsay, and after a couple of minutes of walking, we come across another carved pumpkin. This time, I watch as Lindsay runs over to it. She screams, "For the girls," then plants a soccer ball kick through the smiling face that someone had previously made on this pumpkin. We all celebrate as she runs back to the sidewalk. Our focus is on her, and we must not have seen the man on the other side of the gate. But when we were all together again, there's a man standing, pressing up against the iron bars of the gate, staring at us. We're speechless, all of us sick to our stomachs that we were caught. The light on the front of the gate barely illuminates his features. His expression looked old and mad. Countless wrinkles shadowed his face. He was short, with a horseshoe of long silver hair around his head, ending by his ears. He was wearing a dark knitted sweater, with a brighter button-up under it, tucked into black pants. His eyes are wide, wide open. He had his lids pushed as far back as he could get them, just to silently glare at us. We all hush at once. His sudden appearance gave me a roller coaster feeling while I stood on the sidewalk. We all got hit with that fear, the primal fear every youth experiences when they get caught doing something bad. That type of fear, mixed with a notion that I shouldn't be worrying about my moral well-being, more so my physical well-being. It's an interesting cocktail. The way that he looked at us made me feel like prey. Along with that, I began to feel immense sadness, an overwhelming dread that finally possessed me to turn and run. Lindsay and Tiff followed right on my heels. We ran past 6 or 7 properties before stopping to catch our breath. Sharing a collective nervous laughter, we slow down and try to shake off the vibes of the prior situation. We touch ourselves up in Lindsay's makeup kit, standing under one of the few streetlights. Bora's house was one cul-de-sac over, and we worked too hard on our costumes to enter looking like sweaty Bettys. There's a handful of houses until we reach her street. We could hear the distant music that was serenading our drunk friends, but like a good best friend, Tiff stops us and extends her index finger at me and says, "Wait, you didn't do one for the girls." Both she and Lindsay begin to harangue me like we didn't almost get busted. They reassure me that the house is so far away now, then continue to press my commitment to our sisterhood. I give in. For the last time in my life, I give in to peer pressure of my friends, and the next carved pumpkin I see, I make a sprint for it. Preparing to boot the pumpkin to the moon, I scream, "For the girls," as loud as I can before booting this orange mass. But when my foot goes through it, I slip, and my leg slides under the bars of the property's gate. My right foot caught traction, sending my legs into splits. My upper half went forward, and I did a James Brown-looking thing that broke my leg into an L shape. My first thought, besides excruciating pain, was karma. Pretty soon, all 3 of us were screaming, and somehow, some way, my friends managed to get me to a house close by to call an ambulance. With one night of fun, I kind of completely lost it all. Naturally, I couldn't play volleyball, and Therefore, I was no longer eligible for my scholarship. But life goes on. I still ended up going to college. Of course, that's when the real horror story began. Student loans. The sun was beginning to set as I walked along the busy city street, lost in my own thoughts. I always enjoyed the sunset and thought it was the best part about getting off before 8 p.m. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to getting home. The sunset just made it easier. As I approached the crosswalk, I pressed the button, waiting for the signal to grant me permission to cross. Impatiently, I glanced at my watch, knowing I was already running late. Finally, the walk sign flashed green, and I stepped onto the sidewalk, feeling a sense of relief. But just as I took that step, a deafening screech pierced the air. Time seemed to slow down, and I turned my head instinctively. To my horror, I saw a car hurtling towards me, just inches away, its headlights blinding me. Fear gripped me, and I froze in place, unable to move. In that split second, a rush of emotions flooded through me. My heart pounded in my chest, my senses heightened to an almost unbearable level. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to survive mixed with the knowledge that I was going to die. And then, the impact. The force of the impact was like nothing I had ever experienced. I was tossed into the air like a puppet in the hands of fate. Everything around me became a blur followed by black. Then, for a moment, I thought I must have come to. But the view, it was wrong. Instead of staring up into a sea full of onlookers, I was standing next to the onlookers, looking down at myself. I caught glimpses of horrified faces, gasps of disbelief, and the screeching sound of brakes being forcefully applied all around the scene. I looked around, and it was chaos. I remembered soaring through the air and thinking that time had stretched indefinitely. Thoughts racing through my mind, memories of loved ones, regrets, sheer disbelief that this was happening to me. I remember praying that this wasn't the end, even though I was sure that it was. Then, as abruptly as the whole thing had began, everything went silent. I was now lying on the pavement, pain coursing through my body. I felt a mix of relief and terror. Relief that I was still alive, that I was in this viewpoint, and terror of the uncertainty of what I really looked like. Could I move my limbs? Was my head split open? I had no idea, and was too afraid or in too much pain to move. People rushed to my side, calling for help, offering words of comfort. Still, I just couldn't believe I was actually alive. I could hear the distant wails of sirens growing louder. Paramedics arrived, their faces painted with looks of concern and professionalism. The accident, it had shattered my sense of invincibility, that's for sure, reminding me to cherish the people and experiences around me, the ones that really matter. And I'm definitely checking both ways multiple times before crossing. I won't lie, the weeks that followed the accident were filled with pain, physical and emotional, but I slowly healed. I continued to recall my experience after the accident. I don't really know what to make of it, but I'm grateful for every step that I do take. I've been listening to your channel for a while now. I've always wished that I had a story of my own to send in, but I could never think of anything worth talking about. I never had any kind of paranormal encounter, stalker, or intruder to speak of. Then I heard the story about the people who survived a tornado in the gas station. And it really got me thinking, what's the most frightened I've ever been? And the answer was obvious, the house fire. When I was 9, my family lived a few miles outside of town, and our house was at the end of a curvy, mile-long driveway, so you couldn't really see it from the road. It was a 2-story with 5 bedrooms and 3 baths, so a fairly large but also pretty old house. In fact, it was built just after electrical wiring became standard, which happens to be how the fire started. My parents and baby sister slept on the ground floor, while my older brother and I stayed upstairs. We had a bathroom between us, and Dad's office was at the end of the hall. One November night, I woke to all of the smoke alarms sounding at once. It usually stayed cold in my room during that time of year, but I was so hot. I understood the smoke alarms were causing the noise, and I understood it was unreasonably hot when it shouldn't be. But never once did my brain consider those things meant our house was on fire. I was terrified. I knew something was horribly wrong, just not what. I was completely frozen in shock and confusion. If my brother hadn't burst into my room at that moment, I probably would have stayed in bed until it was too late. When he opened the door, clouds of dark smoke came with him, and it became nearly impossible to see or breathe. He was screaming something at me, but the rag that he held over his mouth made him impossible to understand. Eventually, he stopped trying to talk. Instead, he crawled over to me, grabbed my arm, and yanked me out of bed. Once we were both on the floor, he grabbed a shirt and quickly tied it around my face. Then he placed one of my hands onto his ankle, and for the rest of my life, I'll never forget the look in his eyes before he turned around. He conveyed his thoughts so clearly with that gaze that I sometimes forget he didn't speak actual words. But I heard him just as clearly as if he had. He was telling me to hold on for dear life, and that's exactly what I did. I couldn't even see our ceiling anymore. A layer of pure black smoke hovered just above our heads. And suddenly, my safe childhood home was now a war zone. It felt like we crawled for miles before even making it into the hallway, and then the stairs were completely engulfed in flames. If I'd been alone and somehow made it that far, I don't think I would have gotten any further. I had no possible way out. In my child's mind, I pictured the smoke as existing only on the second floor. I had expected to crawl onto the stairs and make a run for the front door, where we would meet our parents and sister, but that was no longer possible. My brother never hesitated. We've spoken of this night many times over the years, and I now know the sight of the stairs hadn't surprised him because he had already seen it. Jerry was 15 when this happened. Though he was still a child, he was much better equipped to handle the situation than myself. When he woke up to the smoke detectors, he immediately assumed the house was on fire and ran to his window. Everyone in the house believed all the windows were painted shut, except for Jerry. He foresaw a day when having a functional window might come in handy, so he had secretly been working on his. That's why he never even glanced at the staircase as we crawled past. He led me straight into his room and over to the window. When we were beneath it, he pulled me forward and pointed up. I shook my head no, so he went up first, and I watched in amazement as the collected smoke immediately began pouring out the open window. Jerry's legs disappeared over the ledge, and I once again froze with fear. But then a hand was clutching the back of my shirt and pulling me out of the stifling heat into the slightly less stifling air outside. House fires aren't like what you see on TV. In real life, you can feel the heat blasting all over your skin. It actually feels like it's crawling on you. On TV, the hero throws their arms over their face and runs inside to rescue the scared child. No, nuh-uh. That's not how it is. You can barely keep your eyes open. The heat is that intense. Most people probably couldn't force themselves to enter an area blasting that kind of heat. The only way you get there is by being trapped from within, and then every fiber of your being is screaming for you to get out. I think back to how my brother had to cross his room, get through the hallway, open my door, and then come pull me out of bed. And I just don't know how he did it. I understand why he lingered at the door. What was normally only a few steps might as well have been a mile. And he knew he'd have to get me all the way back to his window, too. I really don't know if I could have done it had our roles been reversed. Had I been able to just go out my window, would I have even thought about him? He thinks that I would have. He says I can't understand that kind of moment without living it, and I'll always have the perspective of a frightened child, while he'll always have the perspective of a frightened older brother who knew his parents couldn't help. We might as well have been on our own planet. I'll never forget anything about that night, but I especially remember the sound of my mother's cry when she saw us emerge from the window. Jerry pulled me all the way to the roof's ledge and dangled me over the side. My dad got beneath me, and I fell into his waiting arms, but Jerry was too big to catch. He hung from the side to get his feet as close to the ground as possible, and Dad tried to slow his fall, but it was still a hard drop. The doctors think Dad might have actually made it a little worse. Jerry's left ankle absorbed the brunt of the impact, and he was in a cast for 6 weeks. This was all happening in the middle of the night. We had no phone, no car keys or flashlights. We thought that we would be stuck watching our house burn to the ground while waiting for daylight. But the fire truck showed up about 25 minutes later. The blaze had grown big enough to spot from the road, and a police officer happened to pass by. He was able to call it in immediately and get help on the way. So yeah, that was definitely the most terrifying experience of my life. And thank you all for listening. Last year I was airlifted to the hospital after a major accident, and I spent most of the day in surgery. I don't really remember much about the collision itself. One second I was driving along, and the next there was suddenly a truck in front of my car. The world went black, and then there were random flashes of lights, people, and blinding pain, until there wasn't. At one point, all feeling stopped, and a sense of peacefulness washed over me. I wasn't frightened or in shock, just extremely calm. There was an unquestioned certainty that everything was going to be okay. It felt like waking up from a deep sleep. I thought I was in bed. When I first opened my eyes, everything was blurry and a little disorienting. Then I realized the disorientation was because I expected to be laying down. But I was seeing everything from a standing perspective. Not only that, I was in a room full of doctors, yet everything was totally fine. As my vision cleared, so did my muddled mind, and I realized the person those doctors were all crowding around was me. I remembered the accident, and I understood with an emotionally detached fascination that I must be in the hospital. An older woman with gray hair and glasses said that if I had any chance of surviving, they needed to stop the abdominal bleeding first. And a slightly younger man with a large mole on his cheek argued that there wasn't enough time to do it before a head CT. The woman asked if he felt that way because it was in my best interest, or because he needed to make his flight to Miami, and a tense silence fell over the room. For the first time, I noticed a radio was playing in the background. It was on KISS Q72, and they were playing The Sign by Ace of Base, which is kind of ironic in itself, I guess. I'm not sure how long I oversaw my own operation, but it felt like a very short time. Eventually, everything got really blurry again, and I woke up in recovery. I remember bits and pieces of the doctor's conversation, like how the older woman's nickname had been Betty Ballbreaker in med school, and that her husband is named Dave, but I assumed it was all just a weirdly vivid, drug-induced dream. Seeing that I was up, a nurse came over, and I ended up telling her all of it. She urged me to give her every detail, no matter how small. So I told her about the radio, which song I heard too. I thought she was just being nice while she tested my mental faculties. But when I started talking about the man's flight to Miami and Betty Ballbreaker, she went pale and dropped her pen. When I finished, she left and came back with a short woman. I immediately recognized her as one of the nurses from my dream. When I said as much, she accused my post-op nurse of telling me to say that. I repeated my whole story again, and she went as white as the First Lady had. She confirmed every song I listed had been playing, and the next time they returned, it was with both of my doctors. In total, I repeated this story more times than I can count on that first day alone. I've probably told it hundreds of times since, too. Everyone always thinks that it must be a cool story to have, but it doesn't really work that way with near-death experiences, at least not for me. I don't enjoy reliving the worst day of my life, but I would like to know if anyone else has ever experienced anything like this. Whatever happened to me, it had to be real. My information was accurate enough to turn a hospital's entire night shift into believers. I didn't see a bright light. My life didn't flash before my eyes. I was just there, hanging around outside of my body. It's the Cold War, late 1950s. My paternal grandfather, Ivan, who'd recently obtained his membership into the labor union, is fired from his job manufacturing farm products for wholesale and trade. One day, the bosses pull him into their office. 2 local detectives are also standing in the room. The 4 men sit Ivan down and unlawfully interrogate him for hours before handing him his termination papers to sign. At this time, Congress had implemented sweeping investigations in order to catch any suspected communist spies in the government, or labor unions, the entertainment industry, and military forces. In part, as the tension grew between the 2 nations, the labor unions began terminating anyone who had ever belonged to, or had ever been sympathetic to, the Communist Party. Ivan Petrov was born an American citizen, but on paper he fit the description his management was told to get rid of. His parents immigrated to New York in 1909, just before the war started. Ivan was devastated. He'd break the news to my paternal grandmother, a woman named Kate, later that night. Kate would break the news that she's pregnant with my mother that night as well. Kate got to share her news first, which made Ivan feel all the worse when delivering his. The predicted due date became a timer for Ivan to get back on his feet. 6 months to find stable ground for him and his family. He starts working odd jobs in the city, staying out at all times of the night. After a month of this routine, he's made just enough for rent and groceries. Early into the next month, Ivan arrives home with a small Emerson radio. He'd spent $50 on it, which could be about $475 in today's money. This purchase depleted most of their savings, and Kate couldn't believe he'd wasted money on such a frivolous thing. But Ivan reassures her this radio will solve all their money problems. Now, along with odd jobs, Ivan would also stay up all night, clicking through the frequencies of the radio. Kate would wake up to see him sitting at the kitchen table with the radio pressed against his ear, occasionally scribbling down numbers onto a piece of paper laid out in front of him. When she'd ask what he was doing, Ivan told her that he could hear someone talking to him through the radio. He said they'd given him the final score of a minor league baseball game that takes place tomorrow. The radio told him to go to the betting hall and put everything he's got on the Brooklyn Dodgers against the Giants, with a score of 7-6. Kate begs Ivan not to go, but the next morning, he's gone before she wakes up. Their savings have been cleared out, the empty box that once held their future discarded next to the radio. He wouldn't return home until the next morning. When he walked through the door, Kate had fallen asleep on the couch. She's woken up with a large leather bag being tossed onto the carpet in front of her. It spills over, and a waterfall of cash slides out. Kate opens her eyes and sees over $10,000 spread across the floor. Ivan tells her he'd won the bet that was placed on the baseball game. Soon after that, they moved into a better part of town, a 3rd-floor condo with a room for the baby. Ivan continues doing odd jobs. Kate's 6 months pregnant. She finds him on another night sitting in the kitchen with the radio pressed against his ear. Same position, same frantic scribbling. This time, Ivan doesn't wait until morning. He doesn't see Kate watching him through the doorway as he proceeds to collect his coat and then exit by trying to close the door as quietly as possible. Kate waited until she heard Ivan leave the driveway before approaching the radio left on the table. She lifted it up and clicked it on. There was a buzz of noise before the station went quiet. She couldn't hear anything when she moved up and down the station ladder. Then Ivan came back inside to grab something he'd forgotten. When he saw Kate with the radio, he became enraged. Grabbing it from her hands, he threatened her with death if she ever touched the radio again. Kate had never seen this side of Ivan before. She cried and ran back into their bedroom, slamming the door. Shortly after her slam, Ivan would match its force on their front door when he left. When she came back out, the radio was gone. Another long 24 hours would pass before Ivan returned home, with him another large sum of cash. When he sees Kate, she apologizes for touching the radio. He asks if she turned it on when she was holding it, and she says yes, and then asks if the voices talked to her. She said no, she couldn't hear anything. Ivan reminds her of his previous warning, then tells her to get dressed because they're going out to dinner. His glare makes her reserve the question that she has for another time. Kate got dressed, and they went to a fancy restaurant in Brighton Beach. Their interactions together don't feel normal anymore. 2 more months would pass with Ivan's schedule unchanged. Kate's 8 months pregnant now. One morning, after a particularly long stint away from home, Ivan comes in the door sweating, his eyes wide, darting in all directions. He looked like a madman running from window to window, closing all of the shades and curtains. Then he ran from room to room, turning off all the lights in the house. When Kate asks him what's wrong, he says that he's got people after him. He says the radio gave him a message, telling him everything about their plan. None of what he's saying makes any sense to Kate. She asks who. He said Truman's boys, then tells her they can't talk loud. Before she can ask another question, Ivan pushed the couches in front of the front door. Then he started taping newspaper to the window so no light would get in. When the living room was completely dark, Ivan and Kate would sit together on the floor behind the couch. He'd get up to retrieve a box from the closet that Kate hadn't noticed before. When he opened the box, what was inside made Kate's heart drop. Under some papers was a 9mm handgun. When he pulled it out, the box clinked around. A handful of extra bullets rolled around in the bottom of the cardboard, along with the already full clip he'd taken out of the gun to show Kate. Then he pops it back in, and he hands the gun to her. At first, she doesn't take it, but he shoves it at her, saying, "They know about you too. They'll probably want you dead too." Kate still doesn't take the gun, so he leaves it on the floor next to her, gets up, and goes over to the closet to get a second gun that he's had stashed in there. Seeing Ivan with a gun, and having no clue what to expect next, Kate grabs the gun sitting next to her. He grabs the radio before coming back to sit next to her. Sitting in dark silence, Kate watches as Ivan presses the radio against his ear and pans up and down through the frequencies. A muffled car door shuts somewhere outside, and a dog starts barking. Ivan grabs his gun and drops the radio. Kate tries to reassure him that it's the neighbors. She reminds him that they have a dog. Ivan should know this information, but he stays back against the couch with his finger on the trigger. Hours would pass. When either of them would need to use the restroom, they'd have to crawl from the living room to the hallway before getting up. Kate is 8 months pregnant and struggling to stay on the ground all night, but Ivan tells her that she has to stay out of sight. Every time he reaches for the radio, Ivan looks at the clock, and every time he looks at the clock, he becomes more worried. Then, as Kate begins to drift off, her eyes are closed when she hears Ivan turn off the radio and set it on the floor next to him. He kisses her forehead, and she hears him get up. He's not crawling. She hears him walk into the baby's room near the entrance of the hallway. She hears Ivan tearing down the newspaper he'd put up earlier that day. Then she hears the wooden window frame shake and creak open. She could hear wind blowing in. After a moment, she hears a distant impact. That's when Kate gets up, runs into the baby's room. It's empty. Kate runs over to the open window and looks out to see Ivan, motionless on the sidewalk below. Investigators would rule Ivan's death as suicide. While looking for clues, they'd inspect the radio and find transmitters connected to the wiring inside. They'd also tell Kate that Ivan is a member of a small Soviet resistance group. Its members mostly made up of rich Russian immigrants with mob ties in New York and New Jersey. They were getting their orders from somewhere across the water while sending back government information they found. When Ivan was fired from his job, he was lost and angry. He'd met others that held his beliefs and similar situations at a bar that he'd visit. The visits became meetings, and Ivan got involved with a group who, at the time in our American history, didn't want peace. They were terroristic in their ideas of action and were slowly gathering members across the seas in America to stage an attack within. Kate had no idea that Ivan was part of this movement. They'd become strangers to each other in the relationship. This was a landslide that Kate couldn't climb back from. With her life in ruins and a baby on the way, Kate moved back in with her parents. She'd give birth to my mother in December and give her up for adoption. But not before writing this story out to my grandparents, Mom's adoptive parents, before they took her home to Virginia. I wanted to share one of my stories. I may not have a bunch of fancy ghosts in my house, but if there's one thing I got in spades, it's crazy with a capital C. When it comes to my stories, I wasn't sure which one to tell, but the one that keeps coming to mind is from my short time working as a taxidermist. It was actually just my dad's old fishing buddy. Most of his work came from people bringing in their fish or deer, and Rick could do just about anything they wanted with them. One guy brought in a doe and a buck, saying he wanted to mount the buck, mounting the doe. So that's what we gave him. But that's just a fun bonus. It's not why we're actually here. The story I came to tell you happened a few months before this. It was my third day on the job, and I still had no clue what I was doing. I came in bright and early like a good new hire, and I was just in time to see an electric bone saw demonstration. I was actually excited. I thought there was a good chance that he was going to let me try it out, and I'm sure that he would have if we hadn't had to stop so suddenly. I know some people are squeamish about animals, and it couldn't be less relevant, so, without mentioning that part, Rick had the saw in one hand, and he was holding back a flap of the material with the other. This is probably a good time to mention he was also a bit of a drunk. I could smell the alcohol on him the second I walked in, but he was also swimming in whiskey the previous 2 days, and nothing bad had happened. Who was I to tell him that he shouldn't work while intoxicated? If I had tried, he probably would have fired me before listening to me. While he was cutting, he was explaining how everything worked, but he kept turning back to look at me, like he wanted to make sure I was listening. That's when everything started going in slow motion. I never took my eyes off the bone saw. The blade wasn't very big, but it was cutting through everything in its path like butter, and every time his eyes drifted towards me, the saw drifted towards his fingers. It was making me extremely nervous, so I tried to say something, but Rick wouldn't let me. I didn't even hear what he said after that. I just held my breath and continued watching. It's weird how long seconds feel when something like this happens. From start to finish, it was probably less than a minute, but it felt like 10 had passed from the moment he started cutting to the moment he removed the top of his left hand's index and middle fingers. In my mind's eye, the blade froze seconds before making contact with his flesh, and I tried to stop it. I lunged forward, reflexively, hoping to knock the saw aside, but there was just no time. My body couldn't move as quickly as my brain wanted, and in the same instant, the blade resumed spinning, and Rick's small, fleshy fingers appeared to explode. 1 second, the world was barely moving, and the next it was painted red. Blood splattered all over us and the deer, while his fingertips vanished like a magic trick. Once the reality of what happened set in, our screams began at practically the same time. It's impossible to tell who actually yelled first. Rick jumped up and began cursing like a dying sailor. I've never before or since heard a man scream like that. I couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying, but it sounded like both. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the saw. It was on the floor, and the bloody blade made it look like an actual predator. Like it had just finished a particularly satisfying meal that it was now ready to sleep off. I didn't snap out of it until Rick's good hand clasped my shoulder and spun me around. A bottle of whiskey was cradled beneath his other arm, and his eyes were wild with shock, as I'm sure mine were too. But I can't imagine what this whole thing was like from his perspective. He shook me and begged me to help him find his fingers. But he wouldn't let go. I had to pry his fingers open to free myself, and he immediately went back to his whiskey. I tried to stop him. Even then, I knew the alcohol was bad for bleeders, but he pushed me away so hard that I fell to the ground. I guess it all worked out because that's how I found his fingertips. The index finger got cut just beneath the nail, and his middle finger was taken off right at the top knuckle. As I ran out of the workshop, I noticed that he had a dirty bandana wrapped around his wound, and I wondered if there was any point to getting his fingers on ice, but it didn't slow me down. I was essentially on autopilot as I ran across his backyard and into the kitchen. I could still hear Rick cursing as I searched for a Ziploc. Eventually, I found a plastic cup with a lid and filled that instead. Since Rick still hadn't come out of the workshop, I put his fingers in the cup holder and pulled my truck around back. I thought it would be a good idea to eliminate as much walking as possible, but as I was getting out of my truck, the cursing stopped, and the sound of the bone saw took its place. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What the hell is he trying to do now? I burst through the door just in time to see blood splatter all over the wall, workbench, and floor. There was even a little on the ceiling. Rick had his back to me, so I couldn't see much else at first. I can't remember exactly what I said, but something along the lines of why or what the hell. But I'll never forget the look on his face when he turned around and proudly held up his hand. There was no sign of pain or anger. I'm not sure what emotion to call it, but it's as if he were presenting a completed project that had taken months to finish, like he was showing it off. If not for the awful sight that I still see clearly in my nightmares, you would have never guessed that there was a mangled hand under all that blood. Honestly, it didn't even really look like blood. I guess I've just never seen so much that was so fresh. But Rick answered in a tone that matched his demeanor. He very casually explained the two severed fingers were uneven, which he clearly found unacceptable. Since his fingers had bits of bone and whatever else was in there sticking out of it, he thought it would be best to even it all out, like it was a goddamn haircut. That's when I noticed the empty whiskey bottle on the floor. He'd managed to drink half a fifth in the amount of time it took me to bring back a cup of ice. I wasn't exactly calm and collected, but that was a very sobering moment. I began to think more clearly as I went from being very freaked out to genuinely afraid. I didn't know what that crazy bastard might try to do next, but I definitely was going to let the doctors explain why he lost any chance of reattaching his fingers. For the most part, I think I handled it as well as I possibly could have. I kept Rick calm on the way to the hospital, but I was right about his fingers. Luckily, the doctors are able to sedate people who aren't ready to hear bad news. I remember thinking the whole ordeal would finally be what got Rick to stop drinking. But he didn't, not even for a little while, and certainly not while he was working. 6 years ago, he died in a house fire after getting drunk and passing out with a lit cigarette. In the end, I suppose we're just lucky he never hurt anyone but himself. My name's Natalie, and my family is from Kansas. I drove back over Labor Day weekend for a small reunion, and I met my uncle's new wife for the first time. Mary is the most laid-back woman I've ever met. If the world was burning around her, she would just shrug it off and light a joint. Have you ever noticed how those kinds of people have the most interesting stories? Mary was raised in a cult, and if you get a few drinks in her, she'll tell you all about it. I asked her permission to share this story, and she agreed on the condition that I leave out the cult's name. Her biological father left before she turned 3, and her mom married a man named Sam less than a year later. Sam was already a member of the cult, had 4 kids, and his wife had died giving birth to the last one. Mary and her mother moved into his house, which was owned by the church, and she was raised to believe her stepdad and siblings were her biological family. She didn't learn the truth until she turned 18, and her real father contacted her. He was sober now, and that's actually a whole different story, but not one that belongs here. Anyway, Mary said her mother drank the Kool-Aid and licked the bowl when she was done. The woman dedicated her entire being to the church, and so did Mary's 3 older siblings. Only she and her younger sister questioned whether their family, as in the whole cult, not just her parents and siblings, was really as special as everyone said. They weren't allowed to go to real school. All the cult kids went to a school at the compound. There was a daycare for the young ones, a class for grades 1 through 6, and a class for grades 7 through 12. Each class usually had between 10 or 20 kids, and from daycare, they're taught very specific things. First and foremost, that their wise and benevolent leader, Pastor John, was the holiest man on earth, much more so than the pretender we call the Pope. They're told the Catholic Church is run by Satanists, that it's basically one big scam, which, to be clear, I'm not defending them by any means. I'm just saying they don't actually have demons inside of them or trick people into worshiping the devil. At least they probably don't. But here, Mary said they were given tests where they were made to write out all of the reasons that Pastor John was our leader. Apparently, God spoke to Pastor John. He was chosen to seek out the righteous and guide them into a new age of prosperity. All the usual hogwash. He was also immune to disease and toxins, didn't need to eat or sleep, and my personal favorite, he never needed to shit. Though I guess that makes sense if you never had to eat. If you're like me, you're probably wondering how someone convinced so many people of such insanity. Well, Mary is almost 60 now, so it was a different time back then. But the snakes are what really did it. Once a month, Pastor John would prove his worthiness by bringing a poisonous snake into the chapel and allowing himself to be bitten. It was usually a rattlesnake. They made for the best show because of the extra noise, or sometimes they would find a cottonmouth or copperhead, but the act was always the same. Pastor John would have one of his guys walk the snake up and down the aisles so that everyone could get a good look at its fangs, and then they would return to the altar where it would be placed back into its cage, which was just a clear tote box from the dollar store. The pastor would then roll up his pant leg and place his foot in the box. The snake always struck. The crowd always gasped, and then everyone sat in awed silence until they felt the pastor was not going to fall over dead. Then came the applause. This routine went on until a few months before Mary turned 18. She had been secretly planning to leave the cult on her birthday, but it disbanded before she got a chance. Somehow, Pastor John got his hands on a real, live king cobra. One of his guys tried to walk it down the aisles like usual, but it put up too much of a fight. In fact, he was having trouble just getting it back to the altar. At one point, it almost got away from him. So the pastor rushed forward to help, and at the exact moment he lunged, the long-ass snake slipped loose from the man's grip, struck Pastor John in the neck, and slithered away. Screams erupted all over the chapel. The women and children ran to the exits while the men were divided between those of the inner circle and those of the congregation. Those from the congregation, like Mary's stepfather, thought that the loose snake was their only problem. Those from the inner circle understood they needed to get Pastor John to the hospital, but didn't know how to get him there without exposing their lies. Ultimately, they argued amongst themselves for so long that the pastor died, right there on the floor. That's when it was revealed that all the other snakes had had their venom drained beforehand, and just to be extra cautious, they also kept vials of the antidote on hand. But the king cobra had been poorly researched. They had no clue how much more dangerous it was than what they were used to handling. No one ever discovered where the snake came from. Obviously, it wasn't just roaming the Kansas wilds, or who was supposed to be responsible for draining the venom. I'm not saying I'm glad a man died, but I'm glad that all those people got their lives back. Mary said folks were emotionally destroyed, and many experienced thoughts of ending it all. But for the most part, everyone came out on the other side for the better, just each in their own time. I've been a part-time Uber driver for almost 3 years now, and for the most part, you learn to shrug off the crazies. I was once held at gunpoint, and I had a knife pulled on me, but thankfully, I wasn't harmed. The man with the gun happened after I'd been on the job for nearly a year. He canceled his ride as soon as we got onto the highway, and I noticed it immediately. People suck, so sometimes they'll wait until we enter heavy traffic, hope that we don't see the alert, but I don't play that shit. I pulled over onto the shoulder in the middle of 5 o'clock traffic and told him to get out right there. We went back and forth for a moment as he denied canceling the ride, but when I wouldn't relent, he pulled out a gun. Now, I'll go pretty far not to give someone like that what they want, but a trip to Walmart wasn't worth dying for. That's where he had wanted to go, Walmart. It was less than 10 minutes from our location, and I would never have to leave the main highway. So I calculated it was safer to drive him there. But then he tried to get me to turn off onto a side street where there were far fewer people. I knew the area very well, and there are also plenty of isolated locations that he could have directed me to once we were down there. Now, this guy knew I had a dash cam, and he wasn't wearing a mask. I'd originally hoped that he was just too high to realize how careless he was being, but this was a calculated move. If I was going to die, I would rather it be immediate than endure whatever that creep had in store. So I slowed down, like I was preparing to turn, and I stopped in the middle of the busy highway instead. He started screaming and jabbing me in the back of the head with his gun's barrel. I put the car in park, refused to move, saying that he would have to kill me right there because I wasn't going to any second location. By now, other cars were beginning to notice something wasn't right, and they were stopping as well. So he jumped out and took off running. I was lucky. It could have easily gone the other way, but I truly don't believe he intended for me to survive his attack. Multiple people dialed 911, including an off-duty police officer who followed the man into a neighborhood before he fled through some back streets. It was thanks to him that the police were able to locate the asshole so quickly. The guy who pulled a knife on me just wanted my wallet. This was actually just a few months ago, but I had long ago learned not to carry anything but my ID and phone, which he was also dumb enough to take and leave it on, so police quickly located him with Find My Phone. As horrifying as these instances were, they were almost to be expected. I went into this knowing that those things could happen, but the ones that I'm about to share, no one prepared me for these. No one ever told me that some people were trying to replace ambulances with Ubers. I can't afford the luxury of an ambulance either, but I would never trick a stranger into taking me to a hospital. It was only my second week on the job when I was sent to pick up an elderly woman for a doctor's appointment. I was put at ease by her. It had been a long day. I had just dropped off a man who had been creeping me out his entire 30-minute ride. But here was this sweet old lady with a walker. I helped her in and she thanked me politely. But she appeared kind of disoriented and just overall didn't seem to feel well. I made polite conversation at first, asking how she was, the usual. but her answers were rather short, so I stopped. That's fine. Some people like to chat and some don't. I usually just test the waters and follow suit. Now, her doctor's office was inside the hospital, so that's where we were going. But about 15 minutes into the ride, she tried to say something that came out really jumbled. Glancing into the rearview mirror, I started to ask her to repeat herself when I noticed half of her face had completely drooped. She was having a stroke, and I was terrified. I called 911 and explained everything while I was still en route to the hospital. At first, I was thinking, wow, what are the odds that this happens on her way to a doctor's appointment? But I later learned that was a lie. She knew something was wrong, but she couldn't afford to call an ambulance, so she tried Uber instead. Luckily, that instance turned out okay in the end. The woman survived. The same wouldn't hold true for the next one, though. Maybe 6 or 7 months later, I picked up a man for a quick trip to his daughter's house. When he first got into the car, I was a little concerned because he seemed very out of breath. But he was old, so I figured that was normal for him. The location was only 10 minutes away, so I wasn't too worried. But the second I tried to turn onto the highway, he clutched his chest and began complaining of chest pains, saying he needs to go to the hospital now. His daughter later admitted that he was having those pains for quite some time before he asked her to meet him at the hospital, but she didn't realize he was ordering an Uber. Anyways, I panicked. I had no clue what to do or if he was faking it or what, but I couldn't risk it. What if he died while I was sitting there trying to figure out what to do? So I rushed to the hospital. He got very quiet when we were still at a good 10 minutes away, and that really scared me. Then I began to smell something so awful. He died before we arrived. That's how I learned that our bowels release when we pass away. The ordeal may have been one of the worst days of my life. I felt guilty for the longest time, like it was somehow my fault. And no one cleans that kind of mess for you, so I had to do it myself. Yeah, overall, I can't wait to reach a point where I don't have to do this anymore. So my dad told me a pretty crazy story involving him, my Uncle Joey, and a household name I'd only ever known as Pablo. Until a while back, I had no idea what the beef was. I just knew Pablo as the butt of a lot of Uncle Joey's jokes. Anyhow, I knew my dad could tell the story best, so I asked him to write it out for me several weeks ago. And yay, he finally did it. I've attached his email with the story here. Thanks for sharing. Hey, honey. Sorry it took me so long to get you this story, but here you are. Back when me and your Uncle Joey were in high school, there was a kid named Pablo in our group of friends. He was like Joey's secret arch rival. They would always be in competition over girls, pinball, even who could eat more pizza in a single sitting. I'll never forget having to sit and watch Joey and Pablo lightheartedly go slice for slice on a large meat pizza, and then another. Joey would end up winning that one when Pablo had to exit the establishment before our table became a biohazard. Their rivalry made no sense, but it existed strong between the two of them all throughout high school. Our junior prom rolls around and Joey and I got matching plum purple 3-piece suits. We're looking good with our dates, getting ready to leave the dance when Pablo walks up to me and sheepishly asks if he and his date could get a ride home that night. Pablo's car had a flat, and the spare was already in use from when Joey had shot it with a dart in archery class a few days prior. Needless to say, Joey owed Pablo this favor. The car Joey was driving at the time was a small Ford Pinto. Me and my date were already squished in the back on the ride there. Adding another 2 passengers was going to make it next to impossible to fit in there. Pablo suggests that he could ride in the trunk if his date was able to squeeze herself between the two of us in the back. We probably looked like a circus clown car trying to load in, but we all managed to fit. When we're on the road, Joey starts to speed up and whip the car from left to right. Me and the girls are packed like sardines in the back seat, but behind us, Pablo's getting bounced back and forth off the walls. The trunk of the Pinto isn't really a trunk. It's basically an open floor behind the back seats and a big square rear window. Finally, he starts screaming at Joey to knock it off, and Joey pretends not to know what Pablo's freaking out about. They get to a red light, and Pablo's able to regain his balance and starts leaning past me and the girls, pointing and cussing at Joey. Then, Joey starts turning around and cussing at Pablo, calling him a pussy, telling him to calm down. They're at it like this until Joey's girlfriend Renee just starts shrieking from the front passenger seat. But her screaming has nothing to do with what the boys are fighting about. She's staring at a large black mass that's standing outside Joey's side window. When me and the other girls turned to see it, we all started screaming too. It's enough to finally interrupt the original shouting match that was taking place, and Joey turns around, confused. He looks at Renee, and then he turns to look out of his window. I see both the left and the right passenger windows get smashed in. The figure that was standing outside Joey's window was now reaching in and fighting with Joey. Someone else had apparently been on Renee's side too that we didn't see, because as Joey's getting his ass beat over there, Renee's getting dragged through the broken window by her hair out onto the street. Joey's car door gets forced open, and the same thing happens to him next. Some dirty old man sticks his head into the car and sees us crammed in the back. His head leaves the car and his arms replace the open space. In his hand is a literal sawed-off shotgun. The face that briefly dipped into the car did not look like someone trained in the art of gunsmithing. If he pulled that trigger, we were all getting sprayed, and he was probably going to lose his hand in the process. With his other hand, he starts pounding on the roof of the car, shouting, "Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!" Ellie pops Renee's vacant seat forward, and we follow her out of the passenger side door. There's another bald man in a flannel with what looked like a leg of wooden chair held against his chest like a sword. My girlfriend's the last one out, and when she hits the pavement, both men jump in the car and crank it into gear. Lying in the street, we watch it peel out and speed into the darkness, with Pablo still in the trunk, pounding on the rear glass. It was absolutely unreal what we had just witnessed, what had just taken place. We were all sitting there dazed until Joey hopped up and started running, looking for a payphone or an open business. Around the block, he found a bar that would let us use their phone. We called the police and our parents. The bartender gave us French fries while we waited for everyone to arrive. I remember that because it was really nice. One of the nicer parts of the night, obviously. It would be basically 2 whole days before we would hear from Pablo. Those men had taken him back to a hotel and planned on using him as a hostage, but Pablo actually escaped on the second night when the men passed out. Once he got out, he ran straight to the front desk and told them everything. And I remember he was still in his prom outfit when his parents picked him up and brought him home. Those 2 men were arrested, but Joey wasn't able to get back the Pinto because it had to be used as evidence in other crimes those men had committed that night. So, you would think some crazy doodle like this would bring Pablo and Joey closer together through some sort of bonding and trauma, right? Not in the slightest. Maybe now you just understand their beef a bit deeper. Uncle Joey did love that car. Okay, kiddo. Sorry again this took so long. You know your father. He's a talker, not a writer. Love ya. I'm a 30-year-old male who needs help breaking up with my girlfriend. I know that sounds awful, but hold your judgments until you hear my story. I honestly can't tell if there's something really wrong here, or if I'm blowing things out of proportion. Seriously, I need you guys to tell me which it is. Ashley is 28 and teaches first grade. Our first few dates were amazing, and we have a ton in common. I actually thought that I might marry this girl. God, that sounds scary to say now. We never actually planned or agreed to move in together, but she had an awful roommate. She stayed at my place more and more until one day, I found her credit card bill in my mail. I don't know when she changed her address. Ashley gets home earlier, so she's usually the one who checks it. I tried making a joke of it, like, does this mean we officially live together? But then she pointed out that it had been over 6 weeks since she slept at her apartment, and how I had specifically helped her pack a few bags myself because I was, quote-unquote, tired of dealing with her roommate every time she needed something. I mean, we had a real conversation about it, and she had genuinely valid points. All of those things were true. What did I expect? I should clarify, it was 6 weeks since she had slept in her own bed, but we had been seeing each other for almost 3 months total. I know that's not that much better, but it's something. Time really has a way of moving when things are good, and I promise, they were great. I already thought I was in love with her. By the end of the moving in conversation, I was nervous for all the same reasons you're probably thinking now, but at the same time, I felt really good about our chances. I've had other girlfriends, but none of them made me feel like this. Over the next few weeks, I began noticing more changes around the house, but that's normal, right? If she's going to live there too, I want her to feel like the space is equally hers. I guess I just imagined it would be something that we did together, but I never lived with a woman before. It's not like the changes were even bad, and when I told my friends, they acted like it was the most normal thing in the world. Maybe that part is, but I want to include everything so you guys have the full picture. I think our 6-month anniversary is the first time I experienced a for sure red flag versus the previous issues where I felt things could be largely my fault. I didn't know that half-year anniversaries were even a thing, but I came home to find a romantic candlelit dinner. She'd made my favorite meal, and I thought it was just a sweet surprise until we finished eating. And then she pulled a gift bag out of the closet, and I asked, "What's the occasion?" I was so focused on opening the gift that I didn't immediately see the change in her face. It was an extremely thoughtful present. I still can't believe she remembered a set of tools that I talked about once. But when I leaned over to kiss her, she pulled away and said, "You don't know the occasion?" in a tone that clearly indicated I should. That was our first big fight. Not only had I forgotten our half-anniversary, I, quote-unquote, didn't even care. I was only trying to convey that I didn't understand, not that I didn't care. It felt like she wasn't even hearing my actual words. But I should clarify, I'm not sure if fight is the right word. It was definitely a big something, only I wouldn't describe her as angry so much as heartbroken. And that's how every argument is, whether I leave the toilet seat up or take too long returning a call. I know heartbroken sounds like a strong word, but I don't know what else to call it. She cries like someone has died. There are times that I think she's going to throw up and pass out. It takes hours to calm her down, and only after super intense conversation, one of those bare your soul talks, do the arguments finally end. Then her face will be swollen the rest of the night. I'm always terrified that someone's going to think I hit her. After the anniversary fight, I walked on eggshells for the next few days, and everything went back to normal. If anything, we were closer than ever. I don't want to spill her life story on the internet, but she's had a traumatic childhood that left her with severe abandonment issues. We all carry our burdens, and it seemed like the simplest thing in the world to be a little more mindful of special occasions, especially since she's so good to me. Even though she also works full-time, she still does all the cooking, 90% of the cleaning. I can't remember the last time I had to do my own laundry, and she sews. But then there's things like when my friends wanted me to come on a weekend camping trip. Trevor was getting married, and he wanted a weekend of nostalgia instead of a bachelor party. I wasn't about to deny him that. I didn't even consider the possibility that my going would upset Ashley. We were in bed when I read Trevor's message, so I began telling her all about him and the camping trips that we'd take as kids. She seemed genuinely interested until I got to the part about going away for the weekend. Then, just like the anniversary, a switch flipped, and she went from laying on my chest to nearly falling off the bed. She wouldn't even look at me. We fought about it for most of the night. At first, she didn't want me to go at all. Then she wanted to come with me. And I actually had to explain why I would be the biggest asshole in the world if I brought her. She felt that I was choosing my best friend over her, and we had to agree to disagree on that front. If it had been a regular camping trip, I would have declined the invitation and stayed home, but it was literally the one thing my best friend wanted for his wedding. Ashley threatened to leave me, and I had to promise that I would never go camping again to ensure that she would still be there when I came home. That was probably a mistake, but I felt so bad seeing her cry like that. Her eyes do this weird vibrating thing, and it always freaks me out. When I see that, I know any chance of logical conversation is gone out the window. Those fights always end with me caving to whatever she wants, and then she apologizes with a story from her childhood that seems to make it all sound completely reasonable. Feels like I'm losing my mind. Things were a little rocky after the camping trip, and her mood will change even now if someone brings it up, but still, there's just so many positives, right? The next major fight happened after a storm damaged my parents' front porch. Dad wanted me to help replace the roof, and his insurance company was even paying us for the work. Yet, Ashley was furious because she wanted me to binge watch a new show with her. This was the first time I didn't feel guilty when she cried. I was too angry. When she saw that I wouldn't back down, she decided to come with me instead. I didn't see any reason not to let her. I thought it would be nice for my parents to get to know her better. She sees my dad semi-regularly because of work, but they don't exactly have meaningful conversations there. She's only met my mom twice, and those were very brief intervals. I expected Ashley to stay inside while Dad and I worked, but she tried to stay with us instead. Dad was getting annoyed even faster than me, so I texted Mom an SOS. A few minutes later, she was asking Ashley for help with lunch. Everything seemed fine when we ate, and Mom was able to keep Ashley inside while we finished the roof. We stayed for maybe 20 minutes after the cleanup, and everyone still seemed like they were getting along. If it hadn't been for the conversation that came afterward, I would have never suspected anything was off. As soon as we left, Ashley began to jokingly discuss how I had one of those mothers who was jealous of their son's girlfriend. This really took me by surprise because that just couldn't be further from the truth. My mom couldn't care less about my dating life. I'm sure if I got married, she would take greater interest, but I hadn't told her much about my relationship with Ashley. I wasn't even upset, just confused at how she came to that conclusion. Hell, if I tried to talk to my mom every day, she'd be rejecting my calls inside the first week. Ashley used progressively ridiculous arguments, starting with how Mom came outside to quote-unquote drag her away from me, until I finally became annoyed, and I told her the real reason. That was a mistake. We had our biggest fight yet, but once it was finally over, I thought that was the end of it. Then Mom called that Monday to say that Ashley seemed a bit unstable. She had told a few embarrassing stories from my childhood, thinking that it would be an easy icebreaker. But Ashley responded to each one with her own story about me, like it was some kind of competition. The whole thing gives me a headache. For my mom to actually say something about my girlfriend, I knew it probably, definitely, wasn't just me at this point, but I still didn't know what to do about it. That same evening, I came home to a steak dinner, and without even telling her I spoke to my mom, she apologized for the night before and blamed it on that time of the month. At heart, I'm a coward, so I let life resume as normal, until I found a jar of toenail clippings hidden beneath the bed. This is what finally prompted my post. They were definitely mine. I mean, either way, gross, but okay, look, I'm a disgusting guy who leaves my toenail clippings lying around, and I just assume that she's vacuuming them up when cleaning. Fuck me, I get it. But she had to have been collecting them the whole time that we've been together. It was a lot. I bypassed the snooping fight entirely by telling her that one of my golf balls rolled under the bed, and her face was pale before I even finished my sentence. I tried to ask, "Why are my toenails in a jar?" with as little judgment as possible, but I challenge you to say that with a straight face. For a few seconds, we stared at each other in silence. I thought she was going to have a panic attack. Then her face instantly calmed, and she explained that they were for some kind of prank. That I wasn't supposed to find them yet. I'm not sure what I could have said to that. Apparently, the whole idea was to film your partner's reaction to learning they had a jar of your toenails. I guess I just don't get it. To me, it seemed like she came up with that on the spot. But how was I supposed to press the issue without sounding like a lunatic myself? Instead, I pretended to be relieved and walked back into the bedroom, where I promptly flushed the clippings down the toilet. I don't believe in any kind of hocus-pocus stuff, but I don't know. That's just creepy. I'm lucky I did it so fast, too. Not 5 seconds after they were gone, she came into the bedroom, asking what I had done with them. When I told her, a look of complete fury flashed over her face. Then it was gone. She tried to act like it wasn't a big deal, and I pretended to believe her. But it was clearly a very huge deal. So, what do you guys think? Is this sad and desperate or scary and dangerous? Because I'll tell you, I'm feeling a healthy dose of both right now. Update. Wow, I really didn't expect so many responses. Thank you all so much for taking the time to read my story. I know that it was a long one. I still haven't made it through all of the comments, but I've read enough to know that you're right. Regardless of her intentions, the relationship isn't working out. We could both be happier with other people, so I'm going to end it this weekend. I'll update you all once it's done. Thanks again. Update. Hi everyone, me again. I'm sorry that it's taken over a month for me to post this and that I haven't responded to any of your messages. For all the support many of you have shown, some comments were a bit harder to swallow than others. I'm still in a fragile state, so I can't honestly say how long this post will stay up either, but I'd like to get this out while I can, and update those of you who have been so helpful. The original post was uploaded before work on a Friday morning, and by that night, so many of you had opened my eyes that I knew I had to end the relationship. The breakup itself was awful. We both cried through the night, just talking everything through, except the toenails. Neither one of us was anxious to revisit that topic. She begged me for a second chance, said all the things you guys guessed that she would say. Things like how she couldn't survive without me, and I was the only good thing in her life. When she finally accepted none of those were going to work, she changed tactics. Then it became all about how I couldn't survive without her, and how no one would ever love me, not like her. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I've seen people behave this way in movies, but never in real life. Since she, quote-unquote, didn't have anywhere to go, I offered to stay with my parents for a couple of weeks while she made other arrangements. I didn't want anything to be harder than it had to be. I was angry and hurt about everything in general, but not spiteful. Part of me still loved her, and I truly wanted her to be okay. Well, the very first night I was away, Ashley's mom called, and it's relevant to know that her parents live about 12 hours away in another state. Before I could finish saying hello, she began screaming. She thought I physically forced her daughter out of my house, and she was calling to inform me that was illegal. When she finally let me speak, I told her everything. I never wanted to embarrass Ashley. I didn't even tell my friends about the toenails. I just wanted us to move on with our lives. But if she was going to tell stories like that, I was damn sure setting the record straight. I started by switching the call to FaceTime so she could see my parents sitting in the background, fully ready to corroborate my story. And her face turned to one of actual fear. I actually heard her mutter, "Not again," after a defeated sigh. She was quick to apologize and explained that Ashley had called insisting that they both needed to come down now because she couldn't even get her car keys out of my house. I was so angry that I told her mom why we really broke up. All of it, right down to the toenails. The silence was palpable. I had to make sure that the call hadn't dropped. Then I heard her tell her husband she was saving toenails again. And she sounded frightened. I had to know what she'd been planning to use them for. Had to. Apparently, Ashley had been known to dabble in the occult. She'd tried various potions, spells, curses, you name it. Her parents weren't sure what she planned to do with them, but the last time they caught her saving toenails was her senior year of high school. Her mother discovered the hoard at the bottom of her sock drawer, and Ashley tried to play it off as a joke. But when they were thrown out, she lost her mind. Her mom said it sounded like she believed those clippings were the only thing holding her relationship together, but none of it was making much sense. To make matters worse, her high school sweetheart dumped her the next day, and she never stopped blaming her mother. She couldn't be convinced that the two events were unrelated. Altogether, I talked to her mom for over an hour, while deciding the best way to proceed. We wanted to do things as gently as possible, so we agreed to pretend our conversation hadn't happened. Calling Ashley out on her lies would only make things worse, and none of us really knew what she might do while alone. I also began to worry about the fact that she was in my house. What if she started destroying everything? For that reason, I agreed to return home and sleep on the couch. Her parents were going to rent a U-Haul in the morning and drive down with her brother and his two friends. Then, she'd be able to stay with her family while she got the help she needed. We all felt really good about the plan. At least I thought we did. It turns out her brother is only 17, pretty inattentive, and extremely gullible. He would later swear that he didn't understand it was a secret, but regardless of his motives or intentions, he spilled the beans. Not only that, he spilled the beans without telling anyone. When I got home, Ashley welcomed me with open arms. I said I wasn't ready to sleep in the same bed, but that I had time to calm down and I wanted to continue our conversation in the morning. She quickly agreed and offered me some leftover pasta she had made. I didn't want to risk upsetting her over something so small, and I actually was starving, so I ate it. Not long after, I suddenly felt very sleepy. And the last thing I remember before passing out is a look of triumph spreading across Ashley's face. I woke up in the hospital. My throat and my chest were on fire, and every breath made it worse. I then learned that after passing out, Ashley managed to drag me into bed before removing all of the smoke alarms and throwing a lit match onto the couch. She then took a handful of the same drugs that were in my food and crawled into bed where we were supposed to die together. The only reason we survived was because my neighbor and I happened to be very close. He and his partner drug Ashley and I out of the house while their 15-year-old called the fire department. My house was completely ruined. I'm still dealing with the insurance company and Ashley's parents. They had to move her to a mental institution. Right now, it's still being determined if she's legally competent to handle a trial or something like that. Honestly, I've been letting my parents do all of the talking when it comes to that stuff. They give me the updates later and ask if I want to contest or push for certain things, but right now, I still don't know what I want, except to heal. I want to sleep without having nightmares. I want to eat without wondering if something's been put in my food. But as far as Ashley goes, God, I just don't know. Maybe that's why I finally came back here, because I'm stuck again. I really don't know. I only know that I've been writing for over an hour, and I'm tired. I guess I'm just going to hit the post button and see what happens. Thanks for sticking around. I'm smoking a cigarette ankle deep in disgusting floodwater down on Atlantic Avenue. I got my big-ass rain boots on, and it's mad raining. People are getting rescued from cars and shit out here. I was standing under the cover of the building, looking out into this monsoon. There was no traffic on the road for obvious reasons, but out of nowhere, a large ripple started to form in the water, like something big was moving through it. Then the swell turned and started coming my way. The waves grew closer, and I stood there wondering what the hell was zipping around like this. Then, all I saw was a huge crocodile parting the wake. The son of a bitch was coming right for me. I should have kicked it in its lizard teeth for the way that it made me put my smoke out and run back inside. It was prehistoric how large this animal was. Snap a grown man up in one bite kind of shit. Never seen anything like it in my life. From the window, I watched it turn away and push itself back into the street river. Has anyone else ever seen this monster croc floating down Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn? Jesus Christ, I'm literally shaking in my boots. Be safe out there, New York. In the 70s, my dad was attending college in Florida, and he lived near a river that he and his friends would go swimming in. They weren't really supposed to, but it was easy to get away with back then. He actually remembers that they were surprised by the fact that more locals didn't use their spot. Well, they went a handful of times without incident, but they eventually learned why no one else used it. One weekend, Dad and a couple of friends took some girls out there with an ice chest, planning to make a whole day of it and hopefully night. They were in and out of the water the whole time, and everyone was drunk by lunch. While they were eating, one of the friends, Alan, stepped on some broken glass and cut the bottom of his foot pretty badly. He went to wash it in the river, but made a joke out of dramatically jumping all the way into the water. The spot where everyone was eating sat atop a small hill. From their point of view, everything below Alan's shoulders was concealed behind tall weeds, including the water itself. One minute he was singing a silly tune, and the next he suddenly dropped out of sight and began screaming. Then the sound of splashing grew more intense, beyond what one person could manage, and they knew he wasn't joking. Everyone rushed down to see Alan in the fight of his life with what they would later identify as a bull shark. Did you know that bull sharks are not only one of the most aggressive types of sharks, but they're also one of the few that are capable of surviving in fresh water? They're known for getting into Florida rivers, but no one ever bothered to tell Dad and his friends that that was the reason they shouldn't go swimming. Alan never saw it coming. He just suddenly felt the worst pain of his life radiating up his leg and through his entire body. It caught him so off guard that he could only envision his foot as being trapped in some kind of jagged, rotting tree stump. But then that stump suddenly pulled him underwater again, and he realized whatever had him was alive. In an act of sheer desperation, he flailed out with his free leg and felt it make contact with the shark. But he also felt a fresh, much more intense shockwave of pain shoot through his entire body as the shark's jaws snapped shut. The last bits that were hanging onto his foot were severed, and Alan was propelled backwards, a little closer to the shore. To add insult to injury, he saw his foot bob to the surface a few times before losing sight of it. Come to find out, sharks aren't huge fans of how we taste. This one was clearly just an aggressive asshole. It was about this time that the group arrived at the water's edge. The girls began screaming at the river of blood, while Dad and their other friend waded in just far enough to drag Alan back to shore. They both screamed when they saw his leg. The shark had bitten into the lower part of his shin bone, and the jagged remains protruded from his shredded flesh, along with a jumble of indescribable tendons and veins. Dad said it looked like someone ran his leg through a meat grinder. Alan ultimately lost everything below the knee. He also got addicted to morphine and dropped out of college. Thankfully, he was able to turn his life around in the end. 5 years later, he got clean, and he started working at a paper mill. Then a few years after that, he started a family. He actually passed away earlier this year, and that's what made Dad think of the story. I'm sad I never got to meet him, but I'm really happy his story had a happy ending. That being said, how the hell did I not know about river sharks? I'm a 38-year-old female, and I just lost my grandmother a few weeks ago. She was very sick at the end and required round-the-clock care. Our family doesn't have a whole lot of money, So my siblings and I took turns staying with her. Ultimately, I was the one on duty when she passed, and I was alone with her during those final hours. We'd had so many false alarms that we had all said our goodbyes multiple times and decided that there was no need to continue congregating every few days. For the first part, she wasn't entirely herself anymore anyway. Lucid moments were few and far between, and it caused her a great deal of stress to have a crowd of strangers hovering over her. That last night, however, well, I guess she seemed like herself. She recognized me and knew what year it was. She also remembered that Grandpa died 15 years ago, and that was usually her greatest area of confusion, so I thought she was fully lucid. She always said the best way to take her mind off the pain was good old-fashioned conversation. At the end, especially, her favorite thing to do was just to reminisce with one another. I was especially grateful for these moments. I learned so many things that I'd never known about her, like how she backpacked through Europe after college. You'd think that would be something that she spoke of more often, but she was a bit wild in those days, so I can understand why she wasn't eager to share that particular story with her grandchildren nonetheless. I really thought we were having a lovely moment, but then the conversation shifted to how she met my grandfather. Now, as far as I knew, she had a loving 53-year marriage to the sweetest, gentlest man in the world. He was one of those grandfathers that always slid you a candy when your parents weren't looking, and growing up, my siblings and I had all been very close with him. Whenever we stayed with our grandparents, they always seemed so in love. We definitely never saw them fight. I don't think we ever heard Pops raise his voice, so you can imagine my confusion when Nana's story went from our first date had been the best night of my life to I never dreamed that Satan himself was hiding behind those big hazel eyes. I couldn't believe my ears, but when I tried to speak, she cut me off. No, Brenda, I can't die with this on my conscience. Had she not used my name, or had her words not been so clear, I could have rested easy knowing that they were just mindless ramblings. But this was wholly unlike any of her past episodes. Her eyes were clear, her tone was sharp, and her expression was deadly serious. But her actual story was so foreign that I felt she was speaking another language. According to her, Pops was a cruel, selfish man who controlled every aspect of her life. From the day they said "I do," he alienated her from her friends and family before they had their first child, belittled her when they were alone, and became violent when he drank. But only with her, never the children. She wasn't allowed to have a job either. I'd always thought that she'd chosen to be a stay-at-home mother, but now she was claiming that Pops forbade her from having a career. When my mom and sister were kids, they loved Pops so much that she knew that they would blame her for a divorce, and she couldn't bear the thought of losing them. Bingo nights were one of Nana's few freedoms. For over 30 years, she went every Wednesday and most Sundays. Sometimes she would proudly display a random trifle that she'd won, but they were always small, simple prizes. I think the most expensive thing I saw her with was a $20 gift card for Outback Steakhouse. Well, little did I know that Nana was apparently a bingo legend. She played a lot of cards at once, and she often won. I would have never dreamed that you could win real cash prizes playing bingo, but apparently that's a thing. The most that she ever won was $500, but that was during a rare trip to the city. The games they hold in our area are done on a much smaller scale, but even so, she saved every penny of her winnings for over 30 years. By the end of it, she had almost $20,000 hidden away. The only problem was where she kept it. Nowadays, it's not that difficult to go out and open a secret bank account behind your spouse's back, but things were done differently when Nana had first started squirreling away her money. She didn't have anyone that she trusted enough to hide it for her. She was forced to use the shoebox method. It was hidden in the very back of her closet, buried beneath all the old junk that she could pile on top. Then came the day that Pops returned from work in a new car. one they definitely couldn't afford, and it was filled with presents for the children. Nana was immediately very nervous. She didn't know if he'd gotten a promotion, a new job, but his biggest highs were always followed with even bigger lows, and that one was shaping up to be a doozy. She had learned to play along when these things happened, at least until she could determine his true motives. He never did anything out of kindness. After the kids went to bed, he began pushing her buttons on purpose. You know that thing people do, they say things that they know will upset you, but they do it in a quote-unquote nice way. So when you do finally snap, they can act like you're the asshole. That's the situation she described. Nana was used to ignoring him when he did it, but this time, he kept bringing up her bingo nights, secrets, and lying. The more he talked, the more certain she became that he had found her money, and she was right. It was the worst night of her life, and the first time she ever gave serious consideration to just ending it all. But she had the kids to think about. On the other hand, she also knew that she would never find a way to get that much money again. Pops made damn sure that she never played another game of bingo. Finally, she decided that if her life was over anyway, she might as well take him with her. I don't want to say what she used because I have no idea what kind of people may be hearing this, and I can't live with contributing to a murder. But she poisoned his food every day for weeks, until he became sick. So sick that he couldn't leave bed. Doctors tried a variety of treatments, but nothing seemed to help. Foul play was never even suspected, because as far as anyone knew, including their own children, grandchildren, Pops and Nana had the perfect, loving marriage. In the end, he knew his time was almost up, and he refused to die in a hospital surrounded by doctors that he hated. Nana sat by his side, and only after the rest of the family had left did she confess her betrayal. She said the second Pop's eyes changed to reflect his understanding, his rage, was the proudest, happiest moment of her life. As she relayed this piece of the story, her eyes sparkled, and her scowl relaxed into a great, wide smile. And then she passed from this world. I truly don't know what to think about any of this. I haven't told anyone else because, well, how am I supposed to do that? Will they even believe me? I'm not sure if I even believe me. Seriously, I'm at a total loss here. Any advice would be greatly appreciated, and thank you in advance. So I thought I would share the story about when my granddad killed my dad's best friend. It happened back in the late 70s when Dad was 20 and still living at home. His friend Matt and Matt's girlfriend Becky, they were all listening to music in his room when another friend wanted to take them to a party. Well, they all went and had a great time until eventually they were driven back. By this point, it was the middle of the night. Matt and Becky were ready to go home, but they couldn't find their car keys. Finally, they decided it would be best to drive Becky home in Granddad's van and then come back to look some more. First off, the thing about this Granddad is that he was in World War II, and he struggled with PTSD for the rest of his life. He passed away when I was only 6, so I was too young to understand his behavior. For the most part, I was just afraid of him. Mainly because he would be nice one minute and yelling the next. Then again, I was only around him a few times a year. And second off, the van had one of those bench seats in the front. I honestly don't know what to call them. It was one long seat that sat 3 instead of 2 individuals. Dad was on the driver's side, window down. Becky was in the middle, and Matt was on the passenger side. Dad leaned forward to put the key in the ignition, and at the exact same second, there was a loud bang as something whizzed past the back of his head. Along with a sound he couldn't quite put words to, he also heard Becky's heart-stopping screams. Before he could understand what happened, he heard the sound of my grandmother screaming. She was crying, "It's Danny, stop! It's Danny, stop!" When Dad turned towards the sound of her voice, he saw my granddad standing outside of his window with a gun pointed directly at his head. And the look on his face said that he was having one of his flashbacks. Dad instantly understood what had caused the loud bang and what had brushed his hair as it whizzed past. Meanwhile, Becky was still screaming. He describes the second it took him to turn his head as the longest moment of his life. So many thoughts and scenarios raced through his mind that it felt like hours were passing. Then, he finally saw the extent of damage done. The bullet hadn't struck Becky as he'd thought. It went straight through Matt's temple. Dad's best friend was now slumped against the window, dead, and his girlfriend was covered in his blood. The police came, but no criminal charges were filed. Since Granddad had been in the war and had a well-documented history of PTSD, he was only required to participate in court-mandated therapy. But again, this was the 70s. They were probably still calling it shell shock for all I know. Either way, no one made my grandfather stick to those appointments. He went for a few weeks and decided that they were making him worse, so he stopped going. Things never really were right between my dad and grandfather again, but they made a sort of peace with one another before Granddad passed away. It really goes to show you, we have absolutely no idea how long any of us will be here. Tragedy can literally strike anytime, anywhere. I'm not sure if everyone would agree that my story, strictly speaking, is a horror story. But if not that, I truly don't know how to classify it. My mom's currently a nurse practitioner, but she's done it all over the years, and hands down, her time working in the ER is where the real horror comes from. She's seen enough cheating men have their you-know-whats chopped off, and barely hanging on that she could barely remember and didn't have an exact number. And then there's the stuff that people put inside their bodies. Butt stuff. Well, mostly butt stuff. There's actually one of an old lady that particularly got to me, and I'm sorry in advance for sharing it here. A 75-year-old woman came into the after-hours clinic complaining of a stench down there. The smell had been growing progressively worse over the last few weeks, and she was getting worried. The doctor put her in stirrups and got in there. They found a ketchup bottle top jammed way back there. I'll let your minds work out the rest. Anyway, back to the main event. This was in the 90s, when my mom was working in an ER. A man came in complaining of bloody bowel movements that were extremely painful. This guy was still crying from the last one as he explained the problem. Most doctors try to be reassuring and lighthearted so the patient will tell the truth. But some are just assholes, like the one that my mom was working with that day. He went straight to asking the hard questions and talking to the patient like he was an idiot. So, of course, the man just clams up and doesn't have a clue what could be wrong. Everyone assumes this guy shoved something unspeakable up his ass, and they all started taking bets on what was in there. They take him for an x-ray, and then, lo and behold, this guy has a motherfucking baby snake in his goddamn ass. Dead, obviously, but it got itself in there pretty deep before suffocating. Drowning? Maybe it was crushed. I never thought to ask what the snake actually died of. Okay, I just called my mom and she couldn't be sure, but she always assumed it died from lack of oxygen. Anyway, nobody won the bet, and they had to do an emergency surgery to remove it. The guy went on to make a full recovery, but the number one question on everyone's mind was, how? When confronted with his x-rays, the man went as white as bedsheets and continued to fervently deny any knowledge of how the snake got in there. But Mom said his face told a different story. The doctor was in and out, so she worked on making nice with the patient. She really wanted this story. Eventually, he did tell one. Maybe it's the truth, or maybe it just took him that long to think of a story he felt less embarrassed by. Either way, the only narrative my mother received was as follows. The night before, he'd been at a friend's house for a small gathering. Everyone had been drinking and doing a bunch of drugs. This friend owned pet snakes and had recently hatched a new clutch. The cages were in the dining room area where everyone could see them. At some point, his ex shows up with her new boyfriend, and they had a minor altercation that came to blows. The patient ended up embarrassing the new boyfriend, who promptly left after the fight, and that was assumed to be the end of the night. The night went on, more drugs and alcohol were had, and the patient eventually passed out on his friend's futon, which was in the same room as the snakes. The next morning, this guy wakes up with a mega hangover and just feeling like overall shit. So he didn't think too much out of the ordinary about the discomfort to his rectal area. But as he went to leave, he saw the ex's new boyfriend was back and learned that he had returned shortly after the patient had passed out. He also felt that his friends were acting strangely, and as he got in his truck, he noticed they were watching him through the window, but then they quickly scattered when caught. His ass and lower back felt a bit sore as he sat down, but he attributed that to a hard night of partying and just went home. It was there he experienced his first painful bowel movement and became concerned. Concerned that for whatever reason, he couldn't actually make it. Hoping it would simply go away on its own, he did nothing. As the day wore on, the pain became increasingly intolerable. So he took a few painkillers. They took the edge off for a while, but he later experienced a second, more torturous bowel movement, and this time the pain was excruciating enough to send him to the ER in tears. And the rest, as they say, is history. The operation was a success. Several people took pictures of the snake during and after, but they were all on disposable cameras, so sadly, my mom didn't end up with a copy of anyone's snapshots. Maybe that's not so sad. But yeah, I found that story fairly horrifying, so I thought others might too. Enjoy thinking about that one while you fall asleep tonight. Cheers. When my dad was a kid, he saw a lady die on the Matterhorn bobsled ride at Disneyland. He was in one of those sky gondolas as one of the bobsleds was going over a big hill. He saw the lady's seatbelt give way, cutting her loose. Then he saw her sort of bounce out of the coaster, go over the rails, and onto another set of rails below. Still in clear sight, another bobsled comes down the rails that the woman landed on. When they come into contact, she's run over by the bobsled, and it gets stuck on top of her, with a sickening crunch of gears and bones, one that could be heard before total chaos broke loose. The people on the bobsled start screaming at the top of their lungs, the front row wiping blood from their eyes and face. My dad watched the whole thing unfold before my grandparents realized what was happening and had the sense to cover his eyes. Apparently, seeing all of that really messed him up. I truly thought it was our family's income that made us a Six Flags family instead of Disney. We technically lived closer to Disney, but Dad always was so against it. Then he would clam up and get grumpy if we'd ask why he felt that way. One summer, I even offered to sell lemonade to help pay for the family's trip. He got really mad about that, but now I think I understand. Most people never heard about the 100-year flood in Baton Rouge, even though it occurred in August 2016. Some folks on the internet started calling it the 1,000-year flood or 500-year flood, but there was also a big flood in 27. So I think they just wanted to use bigger numbers. Regardless of what you want to call it, a lot of people lost everything, including me. The slow-moving system dumped over 20 inches of rain on us in about a 3-day period, and nobody was prepared for it. We didn't even understand what was happening until it was too late. At the time, I was living with my sick grandmother who was confined to her bed. The doctors didn't expect her to last through the end of the year, so I moved in to help take care of her. We didn't exactly live in a good area either. It rains a lot in Louisiana, and it wasn't exactly uncommon for our streets to flood, so we literally sat there watching the water rise higher and higher until we were trapped. When I first told Grandma the roads were impassable, she just rolled her eyes and made a joke about not being able to order a pizza. When I said the yard was going under, she thought it was strange but not concerning. She'd lived in that house her entire life and had never seen it get that bad, but we didn't think that we were in actual danger. With the exception of what happened to New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina, we just don't get floods like that around here. We didn't get worried until the water was just under the front door. It probably should have happened a lot sooner, but even then, we were only afraid of the floors being ruined. We still weren't thinking in terms of the whole house. We weren't in fear for our lives. I was rushing around picking up the rugs and moving things to higher shelves when my dad called. He was at a job site 4 hours north, but wanted me to take Grandma to his brother's house, which was only 2 hours away. I told him the only way we were getting out of the driveway was on a boat, and he sounded really scared. He said if the levee broke, the house would go underwater, and we needed to find a way onto the roof. How the hell are we supposed to do that? I demanded. And I'll never forget the weight of the silence that followed. He didn't know either. I started looking around to see which neighbors were still home. Most of them were gone, but Mr. Peterson from across the street was standing on his screened porch. The water was just washing over his ankles. Our entire street looked like a newly formed river. When he saw me, he looked alarmed and ran inside. A few seconds later, our phone rang. He couldn't believe we were still there and asked what we planned to do when the house went under. Die. That was my plan. We were going to die. I've never been that frightened before or since. I said as much and asked what he planned to do. He didn't have any family and couldn't afford to leave anyway, so he was playing it by ear. When I saw him on the porch, he was trying to decide if it was time to get on his roof yet, because he owned a ladder. Our side of the street was a few feet higher, so he proposed that we all get on top of our roof. Water was slowly seeping beneath the door by that point, so we had to move quickly. Mr. Peterson carried his ladder across the street. At the lowest point, it came just a few inches under his waist, and he yelled when something, probably just a fish, swam through his legs. I had a small cooler packed with drinks and snacks, but the real question was how to get Grandma up the ladder. If we hadn't all been in survival mode, I don't think that we could have done it. Mr. Peterson was a really big guy, but when he suggested carrying my grandmother on his back, well, I was certain that I would have to watch them fall into the water and get carried away. Grandma might have been a good swimmer once upon a time, but she couldn't have stood a chance now. It's a miracle they got up there, especially while it was still raining. I rigged up an old dog leash around the cooler so that I could strap it over my shoulder, and I went up behind them. The water was coming so fast, it nearly took the ladder. But Mr. Peterson held on to it for dear life until I got to the top. We had no clue how long we would be up there, or if help would even come. The rest of our street looked abandoned, but from our new vantage point, we could see people from surrounding neighborhoods already on their rooftops as well. For the most part, we tried to keep Grandma under an umbrella and shield it from the rain, but it wasn't really possible to protect her from all of it. We watched the water rise higher and higher as the day grew dark. We heard all the windows break as the water rushed and shattered them. The noises were just as awful as the rain. We could hear other people screaming and crying as they watched their homes get destroyed beneath them. And I think we all secretly expected the water to rise over the rooftops in the middle of the night. I kept imagining that we would suddenly feel it lapping against our legs, and then a giant wave would carry us away. But thankfully, that didn't happen. The longest night of my life ended with the wildest sunrise I've ever seen. I have no clue when the rain stopped. I just know that I would never in a million years have guessed that I was looking around at our neighborhood. There was nothing but rooftops and water as far as the eye could see, like I was standing in the middle of the ocean. We still didn't know how long we would be stuck there, but we had enough water to last the day, no more. I cried tears of joy when we heard the boats. Overall, we were lucky, as a family and as a community. An unexpected disaster like that could have easily taken so many lives, but only 13 were lost. Yes, it's 13 too many, but it's nothing compared to what it could have been if so many ordinary people hadn't decided to be heroes. We weren't rescued by any of the usual first responders. We, like countless others, were saved by regular people who decided to take their boats out solely for the purpose of rescuing folks like us. They pulled right alongside our house, helped my grandmother in, and took us to the closest shelter before going back for more. Grandma didn't come through it unscathed. She was sick for a long time after. Well, sicker. But she stayed with us for another 6 months. And I still stay in touch with Mr. Peterson and our other rescuers. Well, I guess that's it. That was hands down the most frightening experience of my life. And I hope like hell there never comes a day when it gets pushed to second place. My heart wouldn't be able to take it. This is the story of how the aunt I never came to know died. I'm 38 now, but I learned about this when I was a teenager. My dad actually shared it with me when he was still alive, but it's still questionable if that was intentional or not. We were moving from one place to another, and I'd seen a picture that I'd never seen before in my life. I recognized the little boy as my dad, but I didn't recognize the little girl standing with him in the photo. My mom was the one closest to me when I stumbled upon the picture, so I asked her, "Who is this?" She looked at the photo first. I could tell she knew the answer, but then she shot me a look like she wasn't going to tell me. It was a super weird moment of silence before I asked her again, like, "Come on, Mom, tell me who that is." As I said this, she sort of shushed me. I laughed because it was out of character, and then she just walked out of the room. I was so confused, so with the photo in hand, I followed her. It was as if she was literally trying to outrun me. Finally, instead of laughing, I stopped in my tracks and I said, "Fine, I'll just ask Dad." And she came running back to where I was. And then, just as before, she started to shush me. I gave her a look, hoping to convey I was serious. But then my dad walked into the hallway area we were occupying, and he asked what we were running around about and what I was going to just ask Dad about. Long story short, I accidentally made my dad cry. He tried to hide it, but I know he did, when I showed him the picture. And then I felt so bad I left the room crying. Teenagers. So I didn't even get the story until later, maybe 2 weeks later. But by that time, I'd kind of forgotten about the photo because we'd moved and everything was so hectic when I started school that year. I didn't really forget about it, but I'd put to bed the idea of asking about it again. Then one night, we're all watching a movie. I can't even tell you what it was, but my dad paused it, and out of the blue, for me anyway, apparently he'd been building up to this with my mom for a while, he says to me, "I could have prevented my sister's death, but I didn't. I'll never forgive myself. I'll always consider myself to blame. I've never talked to anyone about this except your mother, because there's no question that no matter the intentions, what happened resulted in her death." Now, before you go judging my dad too harshly, I should remind you he's no longer with us, but most importantly, he was only 5 years old when this happened, and he carried this with him his whole life. Certain fears he had, well, they made sense after I learned the story. Honestly, a lot made sense once I learned the story. He was 5 and in kindergarten. His sister was 7 and in the 1st grade. Her classroom was located across the hall directly parallel to my dad's classroom. and the doorways faced each other. All that day, his sister and her friends would taunt my dad from their classroom, make faces, putting the L above their heads, calling him names when he was in ear's range of the door. Just typical sibling drama. Earlier that day at one of their recesses, he'd accidentally embarrassed her in front of her crush, and she wasn't in the business of forgiveness. The bullying continued on the bus ride home after school, only intensified. She and one of her friends from class, they sat in the back to deliver the harassment. By that point, my dad said he'd had enough of it. He turned around and directed a few choice words their way, but that only increased the barrage of insults. And during this time, they lived in the mountains of the western United States, and the houses had acres between the next. The trip home took a little over 50 minutes from school, and he said that they were only 3 or 4 minutes out of the school's gates before she unleashed a bomb on him. She really dug into him with her words, and finally got his cheeks to turn red and his eyes to flutter with speechless disbelief, slowly welling with tears. He interrupted himself to explain that he thought his sister was trying to make him feel the embarrassment that he'd made her feel that day. Well, she stood up in her seat and said something to the likes of, "My disgusting brother still wears diapers because he pees his pants so much." The bus driver tells her to sit down, but the bus full of kids has already erupted in laughter. Even kids in his kindergarten room are laughing. He's humiliated and makes it worse by crying. He said he sat in laughter and ridicule from his peers all the way until their stop. Their parents weren't home yet, usually arriving a couple hours after my dad and his sister got home. When they got to their front yard, my dad, still crying, ran up to the porch and into the house. He quickly shut the door behind him and locked it before his sister could get in. Their doors were never locked, so this just meant that she'd have to walk around back to get inside. Still, he said it felt satisfying to slam the door in her face. He ran into the living room and stood there with his arms folded and a smug look on his face. He was waiting for her to come in through the back door, but then he heard her screams from the backyard. He thought she was trying to trick him, so he cautiously walked through their kitchen area to the back glass door. The first thing he saw was one of the biggest mountain lions he'd ever seen, but his sister was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, the giant cat lunged its head down and out of view, and he realized it was on top of his sister. It was so quick that he grabbed the sliding glass door and started to scream at the cougar, who then tried to grab his sister's body in its mouth to drag her away. He saw a few of his toy cars on the back deck. He grabbed them and began throwing them at the large cat while screaming. One managed to actually hit the cougar, and he thought that's why it dropped his sister's body and jumped back over the fence into the forest behind their house. Within almost the same instant, a neighbor came running over. He was yelling and had his arm above his head. Shortly after that, his wife, or possibly the man's mother, was there as well. The old woman stood in horror as the man attempted to perform CPR. From my dad's current point of view, given his height, he couldn't actually see his sister. As he began to step forward, the old woman called out for him to stay back. Then she made her way to where he was standing. She told my dad that she called the police before coming over. He didn't really know what that meant, but he thought that it would be good news. He thought the police could for sure help his sister. As my dad sat with the woman inside, he explained where his parents were. He remembers sitting in the kitchen and hearing the woman call his mother. He'd heard her scream over the phone, and he'd never heard her sound like that before. Her voice wasn't angry, she was anguished. My dad's sister was unfortunately already dead by the time the neighbors had shown up, well before my grandparents made their way home. My dad said after that day, he didn't talk for a year, maybe more. He doesn't even remember what made him start talking again, but one day, he was verbal. But he never spoke about what happened that day, ever. Not until he met my mom, at least. Honestly, I'm so glad he told her. I think if he actually had carried that alone, he wouldn't have grown into being the dad that I loved so very much. He would often say that my mom saved his life, and I guess I always wondered a little bit what that meant. Was it just the typical, I was a rebel before this lady kind of thing? It didn't really seem that way, but this story, I think I understood what he meant. Another thing was his fear of cats. It was a really big one. So much so that I've never actually owned one. I suppose I could now, but he was absolutely terrified of them. And he was never an outdoorsy man, which could be a lot of things, but I think this is also a huge reason that he kept us in the city. I told my dad straight up when he told me this that I didn't think he should blame himself at all. It was really just a horrible accident, and he was so young. Plus, he did try to help with his cars and all. Anyway, thanks for reading.